Facebook is still hating on me. On both Facebooks. What the freak? Screw you, Facebook. Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
King Chuck ENT. Y'all can check out the music on Spotify, Apple, and other services. I want to hear your thoughts. Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Hey, remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. ¿Cómo estás? Bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Si se puede. I've got a blurry screen here. I don't know what's up with that. Freezing up. Oh, it's my internet. I only got one bar. Why? I don't know. Let me see. Oh, y'all, give me a second. Let me connect. I don't know if I can do that while I'm already live. Give me 1 second. It might freeze. Okay. Am I here? Can y'all hear me? Am I frozen? Okay. Am I here? Can y'all hear me? Okay. So it's, I don't know if it's even better. But anyways, whatever. Today, the name of this show is Bad Faith Argument. Bad faith argument. So this happens a lot, and this is what's going on in our media. Not only that, is people tend to imitate these arguments. I was listening to something that showed up on my timeline. It was CBN News. I think that's the name of it. I want to double check because I don't like to be wrong about this kind of stuff, especially when it's easily checkable. Let me see. It was World News. And where is it? I don't see it. I think it was CBN News. And what's crazy about it is when I was listening to it this morning on my way to work, I was like, wait a minute. I've heard all this before. And it's like word for word, the arguments that they were given on that show was word for word arguments that I've heard other places. And it just tells me that, people listen to this stuff, they take it in, and then they regurgitate it. So a lot of the arguments that people have aren't even authentic arguments. They haven't thought them out. They're not really their opinion. They're just a repeated opinion that they think sounds good and it works or whatever. Here it is. Yeah, CBN News. CBN News, Nation on the Brink. It was Global Lane, June 1st, 2023. And I made it into it a pretty good ways because I'm open And a lot of times I like to hear the other arguments, it gives me an opportunity to be able to, debunk them or whatever. I know where people are coming from before they come. And then when I hear these same lines, I know where they got it from. I would play it, but it's a bunch of crap, so I'm not going to do that. But let's go to what bad faith argument is. I have a little thing here. I'm pulled up right quick. Let's pull it up and let's look at this together. And so this is one of the first couple of hits that popped up when I just typed in bad faith argument definition, and a couple of things popped up. And the second one, I have two of them up, but this is the second one that popped up right here. So can y'all see this? And can y'all hear me? I want to make sure. Popped up right here. Okay. So Grammarly, I guess that's where this is coming from. It's like a blog here by Lindsay Kramer, updated on November 14th, 2022. So this is like for students or whatever. So, all right. It says bad faith argument versus good faith argument. So let's just go to it. It says, what is a bad argument? It says, essentially, a bad faith argument is an inauthentic argument. By this, we don't necessarily mean a factually incorrect argument, rather an argument that the arguer doesn't believe in themselves. Many philosophers have written about bad faith arguments. Jean-Paul Sartre's view was that any position denying humans free will is held in bad faith. In other words, a position one holds because of social pressure rather than a genuine examination of the issue is a bad faith position. Others have said that an unethical position represents an ethical one is a bad faith argument. Wait, let me say that again. Others have said that an unethical position presented as an ethical one is a bad faith argument. In this same vein, Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir connected the idea of bad faith to the concept of authenticity. They argued that if an individual isn't lying to themselves when making a statement, that individual is speaking in good faith. It says a bad faith argument boils down to whether the arguer genuinely believes the claim they're making. So let's break this down a little bit. So they said it doesn't necessarily mean factually incorrect, but the arguer doesn't really believe in it themselves. They don't have any faith in the argument really. And they're just saying the words, or they're just saying it for a certain reason. Like later it said about being social pressure. It says, in other words, a position one holds because of social pressure rather than genuine examination of the issue. So people don't really scrutinize the issue and look at the data and dig through it and come up with their real, true, opinion on it or point of view on it. They just feel like there's a social pressure for them to view it in a certain way. So then they just grasp onto that and they regurgitate that, because they feel comfortable in it, especially if you've heard a lot of people say it. And if it's people that you can look up to, people that you feel are smart or whatever, they're on the news or whatever, maybe they're a teacher or maybe they're somebody of authority and you've heard them say this. So then you just feel like there's no reason for you to scrutinize it. It's kind of what we talk about a lot of times on the show about like, blindly following authority, The Greatest Superstition. It's a book out there and they talk about that, blindly following authority and how people just kind of like, they go with it. Like if someone, like if it's a judge, it's a police officer, or if it's it's a teacher, someone, a professor, then automatically you're supposed to like fall in line with their views or whatever it is that they say, because they have a position of authority. Whether it's wrong or right is not something that you even contemplate, you know. But I beg people to try to, think for themselves. Just because something is legal doesn't mean it's right, and just because something is illegal doesn't mean that it's wrong. Just because someone is in a position of authority doesn't mean they have, your best interests in mind. And just because somebody's in a position of authority doesn't mean that they are telling the truth or even upholding the law. And I think that when people aren't being honest and they are in these positions and they give these bad faith arguments, it's really terrible. We don't have much integrity. A lot of people are just in this to make money. So, and that's what I say a lot on this show about how, it's hard to trust someone especially if they're getting paid a lot of money. And sometimes you don't know that they're getting paid. But if they are a major news anchor, they're getting paid a whole lot of money. Someone is in charge of them. They have a boss, So, and let's say they are giving their opinion on a show all the time, and they come across as genuine and authentic, and you really want to believe them, and they also have good data, they have good information or whatever. But you have to remember, if these people are getting paid a lot of money, that their words aren't always their own. They're, being able to convince you that they are authentic is one of the reasons why they get paid, because another person who does the same job but doesn't come across as authentic, they don't come across as genuine, they're not going to have the same impact on you when they say the exact same words. So that's what it's all about. These people, getting paid lots of money to be able to skew people and drive them into a certain direction or a certain narrative, and then we don't ever even question it. What was the other part? It said unethical position presented as an ethical one. So they're not really in an ethical position, but they appear to, and then that makes their argument a bad faith argument. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm losing y'all on this, but that's the name of the show, Bad Faith Argument. And I just wanted people to try to think and realize that, don't, at the very least, don't be the person that's giving bad faith arguments. Okay. Now you can't control what other people do, but you need to be aware when someone else is doing it, especially if they're on the news or whatever. So when you are consuming the news, then just be aware that someone is giving a bad faith argument, just be aware of that, and take it with a grain of salt with whatever they're saying. That's why you're not supposed to worship these people. That's the reason why you're not supposed to, you separate the work from the person or whatever. You should be able to extract the facts or extract what's meaningful to you from what they're saying and discard the rest, or not really idolize a person where everything that comes out of their mouth, you are just eating it up. No one is right all the time. Everyone is wrong sometimes. So if you're eating up every word that someone is saying, then you're going to be led astray. You have to have some skepticism with whatever anyone is saying, because that you aren't right all the time. Then what makes you think that, these people that's talking to you are right all the time? Now, sometimes it's not even a bad faith argument. Sometimes they may have been misled. Maybe they have been lied to, or maybe they had bad information, or maybe they just came up with a bad conclusion, like their math didn't add up, and they didn't really have an intention of misleading people. But if you need to be able to distinguish things on your own. So, if you don't practice, it's like your brain, your mind is a muscle, and you have to work it out. If you don't, then it atrophies and it doesn't do the job, and it becomes painful and hard to try to decipher this stuff. And I think as a society, that's where we've landed. We've landed in a place where people, it hurts for them to think, you know. It hurts for them to do things that are out of the ordinary or out of the regular or out of the mainstream, you know. You have mainstream narratives, you have mainstream narrative A, and then you have mainstream narrative B, and then everybody falls in line with mainstream narrative A or mainstream narrative B, and no one is like falling in between or taking bits of B and bits of A and coming up with, you know, conclusions. You know, it's because it's easy to just fall in line in narrative A or narrative B. You don't have to do any work. They've already told you what to think. They already told you what it is. So you don't have to do. And then people say, oh, I've done my research. Well, your research is just reading more about narrative A or narrative B, or listening to videos about narrative A or narrative B. You aren't doing any real, you know, objective type of research where you are questioning it, like, you know, trying to come up with a conclusion. But you know what people call research is, no, they've already come up with a conclusion, and then they look for information to support what they already believe or the way that they already think. And that's not actual research. You know, if you are looking up the stuff that you don't believe in, the stuff that goes against what your narrative is, you know, that's more like research. Anyways, I feel like I'm losing y'all. Pat says, I've been a few arguments like that. He says, ex-military personnel are like that. Yeah. What's up, Pat? How you feeling, man?
Feeling pretty good, man. How about yourself?
I can't complain. What do you think about the bad faith argument?
Man, bro, I run into them all the time. You know, I see you just had one of my comments up. It's like, you know, I got a, you know, couple of friends. There's one in particular, but it's actually a couple of them that have fallen into that kind of category where, you know, it's like because of what kind of position they had, not even what they are now, like today, like, you know what I'm saying? Like they done got screwed by the damn military. But you know, they seem like they, you know, they try to hold a certain narrative as if, you know, oh, you know, my past military experience and knowledge, you know, makes them gives them a certain type of, you know, position. And it's just like, it's very naive. It's very, what's the good word for this? It's nonsensical, really. Like, you know, it's a lot of things. Like, I mean, even with their current life, that, you know, some of these narratives just does not even play into. But because they have a certain type of belief that because of something that they've done, you know, a job that they had in the past, that they have to be on the same path as what they were, you know, would have been in shit 30 years ago, you know, or 20 years ago. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't add up. Like, it's, you know, and there's other you know, I guess examples, but to me it's really weird to me how you know, because I mean, honestly, I feel like black people are way more conservative than they, you know, than they pretend to be. But, you know, because of for how long they've supported a certain viewpoint, they don't even see how it damages them. They don't even see how, you know, how directly it hurts them. And that's just really strange for me. It's just, you know, I don't know. A lot of people think, you know, because for me, like, it's not even about, you know, because like the whole Trump Biden thing, that's a whole thing just by itself. you know, if you decide, you know, who was a better candidate. But just the fact that most of the things that we vote for on the left side a lot of times hurts us directly, but they don't, you know, most of us don't see that. So I mean, but you know, and there's a lot of situations like that. I mean, I see it, like I see it all the time, and I really just don't get it. But yeah, that argument that you're talking about. I have a friend that I've discussed him before. I don't ever say his name because you know, I love him. I don't, you know, me and him, we go back and forth, but you know, I don't want to, wouldn't want to put him on blast like that. But you know, he just, no matter what, he's gonna find a way to argue for his opponent, shall I say?
Mm. Let me read a bit of this. It says, bad faith is a sustained form of deception which consists of entertaining or pretending to entertain one set of feelings while acting as if influenced by another. It is associated with hypocrisy, breach of contract, affectation, and lip service. It may involve intentional deceit of others or self deception. Some examples of bad faith include soldiers waving a white flag and then firing when their enemy approaches to take prisoners, a company representative who negotiates with union workers while having no intent of compromising, a prosecutor who argues a legal position that he knows to be false, and an insurer who uses language and reasoning which are deliberately misleading in order to deny a claim.
Mm. Yep.
You know, how much of that kind of stuff goes on?
Man, way too much. Way too
So,
much. And then sometimes just not even knowing the count, like they don't even know the argument that they're even having, and will like totally, you know, act as if like they just finished doing a study on it. You know what I'm saying? And that's like, to me, that's really, it's like, bro, I'm the one, I know that I've said, like, please tell me, give me some resources so I can go see what you see it, because there's nothing that I've looked at that even comes close to what you're saying. You know, like the proof that you're, like the things you just, because a lot of times people are using their own opinion, or even just the fact that they want to have an argument.
just to argue
Hmm.
for the sake of it. Uh,
Yeah.
you know, self deception is part of this, but I think that knowing that, because that's what it's saying here, and knowing that it's not true is what, you know, leads it to be, a bad faith argument or whatever. That's what leads you down that road. But you also have a self delusion involved in this, and the best way to go crazy is to lie to yourself,
Oh, bro.
self deception, choosing self deception. Right here, it says a person choosing self deception is the fundamental question about bad faith. What makes self deception possible? For a liar to successfully deceive the victim, the liar must know that the lie is a falsehood. In order to be successfully deceived, the victim must believe the lie to be true. When a person acts in bad faith, that person is both the liar and the victim of the lie. The contradiction in that a person in bad faith self-deception believes something to be true and false at the same time. What a mind fuck right there.
Bruh. Man, and that is such a awesome, like, definition, like the description of that kind of behavior, bro. Like, bruh, it's insane, man. And like, and sometimes you know what I'm saying, like I go back and double check myself, because like they'll have the argument so hard, it's like, okay, I must be missing something. You know, like that. Like it'll like sometimes it'll make me re-question like my argument, even though I know I have. You know, I try to do my due diligence. I'm wrong, you know, occasionally, you know, which I think we all have that. So, you know, and and I think I'm more willing to try to say, you know, especially in the argument that I'm talking about, like I'll go, you know, because we had an argument and they're so adamant about what they're saying, it's just like, no, I don't, you know, it's like that's impossible. But I'll go and look again just to be like, okay, look,
Am I tripping?
yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, okay, I must have missed something. I had to. Like, I mean, and then because this guy he gets angry with me because mainly because I just won't agree with him on a lot of subjects, and it's just like some things just not to be agreed on. Like, you
I'm
know,
saying, and it's the society we live in because people feel like if you agree with me, then you're right. If you don't agree with me, then you're obviously wrong because I'm obviously right, you know? And it's like we can only be friends if we agree on things because, you know, that's the world that we live in, like, and then you want to be right. So, hey, you agree with me, we're friends, you know, and what a lame ass world to live in, so plain and you know, to be in a world where, you know, all your friends agree with you and y'all all like the same things and y'all all thinks what's right and what's wrong and y'all agree on it and stuff. Like I was in class one time and this chick, she was saying, she said, what did she say? She said, if what did she say? She said, I'm right, so they're going to listen to me or whatever. They're going to agree with me because I'm right, something like that. And I was thinking, like, oh man, you're very delusional a little bit over here, you know, like, you know, I everyone's going to agree with me because I'm right. Like, okay, when you wake up, what's up, Curtis? He left a comment.
yeah,
He says, the biggest is not understanding when someone is telling you facts that you can go and see and people don't hear you. Man, and it's so fucking frustrating right there. What Curtis is talking about there. It's like, bruh, just do a Google search right quick. like we're in the middle of an argument and it's like such and such and such. Oh, that's not true. Whatever the hell. Bruh, type like 3 words into your Google search.
At, say, bro, ask Chat GPT. Like, and
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like, there's things that like that has the information right in hand, like tell you it within moments, you know, and but sources. But that's the thing. That's one of the things that really lacks in those conversations is sources. Like, okay, who said that? Where'd you get that from? Who, you know, like what makes this real? You know what I'm saying? Like,
And
and
I was
there's
talking to somebody and they were talking about the degradation of society and how you degrade a society. And one of the checkpoints was you could tell them facts and truth and they wouldn't believe, they're not going to believe it, you know. They're going to
they're gonna
disregard it.
they're gonna find fault in it anyway. You know. Oh, you believe white folks? They
Uh,
lie all the time, man.
they're going to
I'm like,
find some way to you know, to not want to believe it, you know, like it could be right there in their face, plain as day, like the sun is shining on them and it's, you know, and they're like, no, the sun ain't shining, it's nighttime. And see, I can't even talk to people like that. Like I just lose it. I'm like, okay, you know, you win, whatever. I'm
yes.
not gonna
Like,
waste my energy on that.
yeah, cause like my head is hurting. Like, you know, like I after a while it's just like, all right, you know what? Just for my own sanity, I'm done. I'm just not gonna do this with you.
Yeah, man.
It's like, say, man, well, you know, I really enjoyed those oatmeal cookies with the chocolate chips in it. It's like, no, those were raisins. No, man, say, bro, no, bro, that was chocolate chips. I'm like, huh? No, bro, like those were raisins. I bought them at such and such. Matter of fact, here go the pack. Man, fuck that, man. Nah, man, you had some other stuff. Like, I don't know, bro. I'm making up something silly, but
Yeah,
you
but it's
know,
like they don't want to, admit that they were wrong or they could be wrong or whatever. That it's their misconception, and then they don't even never take the time. So that's what's the worst part about that is that you continue to be wrong. You're wrong tomorrow and you're wrong the next day and you're wrong. You continue to be wrong like the rest of your life until you can look at it and be like, hey, wait, I was wrong about this thing, like
yeah,
intelligent people do that all the time, and then they move
yeah.
on. See, but
And
but people that are on low embracing their lower selves, they it's painful to them. It physically hurts them,
it,
to
well, in
come
most
to the
cases,
conclusion that they was wrong about something.
in most cases, they made pretty much everything a competition instead of actually, something to learn from or to teach. Like, because I mean, it's a possibility you might be teaching somebody something that they didn't realize or whatever.
And they're like, "You're not better than me. You can't teach me nothing. You're not better
Well,
than me. It's a competition." That's what you were saying. Like, I'm better than you. So there's no way
yeah,
you could teach me or help me in any way.
which is so sad, bro. Like, it's so sad because, like, I mean, I mean, especially when it's coming from, somebody that you really consider family. Like
Yeah.
this is like a friend forever, and you having trying to have a legit conversation with them, and you know,
And then they'll
because
go
of
into something like, well, who
emotions,
makes more money, or whose house is bigger, or whatever.
not
So I
yeah,
must be smarter than you because I got more square footage and I got more money in my bank account. I make
yeah,
more money every month.
yeah.
I have
Well,
nicer clothes. Look at this watch.
yeah, they don't want to have that conversation either. It's like, dude, I damn near made what you made. I made in a month what you make in about 4 months, 6 months, maybe. But anyhow,
Anyways,
yeah.
so guess what? Coal has been added to the list of companies to be boycotted, and this just popped up. I saw it
Who?
this morning. Kohl's,
Coles?
the clothing store,
Yeah,
which
I got you.
which Kohl's is on their way out. Like they're barely. Well, I think that recently they did get good. They got a good return on their like their numbers was up recently for some reason. I don't know how the hell they're holding on anyways in this environment. That particular clothing store, I figured they'd be gone by now. And I go to Kohl's every now and then. I go there for random stuff. But so this morning I saw this and they were talking about Kohl's. So look, check it out. It says the far right targeted Kohl's because it carries Pride merch, and now bomb threats were made to stores nationwide. So Kohl's in Oak Creek, one of several nationwide evacuated for bomb threat. No credible threat found. This was an article. That was the name of it. And I just think it's so ridiculous. It kind of goes with the argument, what we're talking about, where people getting misled, and being manipulated and their buttons pushed and being controlled,
Hmm.
uh, it's Pride Month right now, and they've been having Pride Month for years. And a lot of these companies do things for Pride Month or whatever, and it's
Yeah.
all about economics. They don't really care about LGBTQ rights or whatever the hell. They're just trying to sell some damn merchandise. But you have these people online who are saying, they're woke. They're woke. They're embracing pride or whatever. So now we need to boycott them. Till before long, it ain't gonna be anywhere that they can go to. They're gonna freaking every single company is gonna be.
Now, look, I'm gonna tell you. I don't. I am not like a big flag waver of the trans. The I mean the LGBT. I'll support family, friends, whatever people what they're doing, but I don't support it outwardly so much because I don't necessarily agree with it. But there's got to come a time when because I even had some when the first thing went around with the beers, like, hey, they look, they should have known who their you know who their support, where they get their support from, who they pissing off, and this, that, and the third. But really, when the more and more I think about it, it's just like, okay, this is a lot of wasted energy. Like, there's some things that I don't even think that you're really getting anywhere with. And it's like, okay, there's things that, like, people have been arguing about Christmas. Like, you don't go in there, because it's supposed to be for Christ, you don't go in and, like, because it's, what you call supposedly paganism, or this, that, and the third. Nobody goes in there and tear up stores because of that, or for Easter, or stuff where like you're getting lied to. I mean, because I mean, like, I haven't.
But it's even bigger things going on, like freaking price gouging that's happening. Where they're saying that it was the pandemic
that
is
part.
the reason why that the inflation was happening, and
Yes.
all this kind of stuff. The prices at the grocery stores, like the chaos and the political theater that's going on, like these things really affect your life. Like the stuff going on with the banks. Like it's a lot to be upset about. Like, so it's fair to be upset, but you're this energy is getting redirected into some nonsense in a lot of situations, I think, and all just a distraction to keep you from paying attention to what's really happening, because you're still getting screwed at the end of the day. You can go and boycott Target and Bud Light and Chick-fil-A, and at the end of the day, you still getting screwed. You still screwed. You still got to pay that amount that's at the damn grocery store. You still got to pay them gas. You still got to pay these damn taxes. You know what I'm saying? You still got your money getting sent to Ukraine. You know what I'm saying? Like, you still got banks that can just flop overnight and take your money.
Give away your information.
Come on. It's so much more to be upset about. That you could go bankrupt from a healthcare bill. Don't get sick. We're getting screwed over left and right. So, some of those other things that's so big, they feel like, they're too big. There's nothing I can do about it. So then I'm just going to focus my energy over here, or something I do have a little bit control of, where I go shop at. I can go and boycott Target or whatever, like freaking Chick-fil-A. I went to Chick-fil-A this morning for breakfast, and it was delicious. I loved it.
Are you taunting your
the audience?
Your audience?
I don't know. Maybe I am, but it's like, they're mad at and calling Chick-fil-A woke is the most ironic thing ever. Like, super Christian place, like, anyways, it's totally ridiculous, to
And it is, and at first, I didn't think they was gonna try to go this, because I mean, at first I was kind of like, oh well, I mean, I guess Bud Light get what the fuck they get, you know what I'm saying? That's kind of, because for me it's like, okay, look, these people too rich for me to give a shit, okay, yeah, they getting boycotted because they tried some shit, and I mean, I still do agree that, okay, I mean, it just is what it is, like, but like some things are really kind of like, you're doing stuff just for the look, I guess.
Yeah, you're being in. It's the in thing to do, or whatever. It's that group think. It's that, it's freaking, like being manipulated. Like when we was talking about bad faith argument and people feeling society pressure to do it,
Yeah.
But you're not accomplishing anything, and your energy is getting siphoned by these damn energy vampires. You know what I'm saying? They're sucking your life force is what's really happening. I want to play a bit of this video. This is Fox News. It says Kohl's becomes latest target of backlash over Pride merch.
Former House Speaker Newt Gingrich is calling the deal a big win for Republicans and says it's an important first
It's important
step
first.
in curbing government power and spending. He's praising the deal for limiting top-line federal spending to.
Well, they're talking about the debt ceiling right there.
1% annual growth for the next 6 years. Claws back 10. of billions in unspent COVID funds and rejects all $5 trillion of what he calls Biden's proposed increases. Let's bring in Jackie Angelis, co-host of the Big Money Show on Fox
I
Business.
didn't watch this,
Jackie,
so
I want to
didn't.
know what you think of the deal, broadly speaking, but
Let's
I
let it play.
also want to know if these trillions of dollars in savings that Kevin McCarthy is touting is something that you think the average American taxpayer is going to feel going forward.
Oh, that's a tough question to answer, Jillian. Let me start with the broad strokes on this. I mean, I think it's interesting here that you've got both party leaders are behind this compromise. And you have people in both parties who are not loving the deal per se, but that's what a true compromise is, right? Mr. Gingrich points out some really important parts of this deal: $28 billion in unspent COVID money, curbing spending. You are getting that extension of food assistance, but with work requirements.
Pause.
They're ending the pause on student.
Go ahead.
That right there is an example that 28 billion that's just sitting there that can go back into the budget to be used somewhere else. So we had an argument about, no, that's not how they do it, but that's a clear example of where that is a direct, something that was allocated to something else, but we're gonna move those funds from this and put it somewhere else so that it can be more useful somewhere else. So, not to be I got you or none of that. I'm just, just showing you that it does work that way. And, because I don't think that either one of us was wrong, because you're right. There was some things that was being cut off, but at the same time, there are things that, where they're, moving stuff that they're saying is coming from, our, that's coming from the military, not military, but from the, taking money out of VA, from the VA, where it's not necessarily taking money out of people's, things that set up directly in the budget. It's just that there's funds that was allocated to certain things within the VA that can be used somewhere else because it's not getting used at all. So,
well, I think it's a lot of confusion with that. Let me skip to the part that I was trying to get to here.
Go ahead.
That's facing calls for a shopper boycott. This after the company offered a new line of Pride clothing for kids and babies. You might remember Target and Bud Light both took financial hits after their consumers rejected similar marketing earlier in the year. Some of the reaction we're seeing on social media, it's pretty stinging. Like this, Kohl's is pushing LGBTQ pride for literal babies. Yeah. Critics say it's all just virtue signaling and that eventually this is going to hurt the company's bottom line. Take a listen.
They do it because they're stupid. They don't understand that their core business is not offending half the people of America. And they keep doing it because they hire these young 20-something-year-old marketing geniuses who think that their real job is to go out and sort of pander to people on the extreme fringe. It's not about tolerance and diversity. It's about shoving stuff down people's throat they just simply don't want. So whether it's Bud Light or whether it's Target or North Face, these companies have lost their collective minds.
Supporters, Jackie, obviously say that this is the company offering a marketing plan that is supportive of kids and I guess babies in America who live in households and families that are headed up by gay couples.
Well, and that's the thing, right? It's not the kids and the babies that are making the purchases, Jillian. It's their parents. And so what are companies like this doing? To Governor Huckabee's point, they're catering to those parents and they're catering to part of the country, a fringe part of the country. If you look at the last few elections, you can tell that this country is very polarized and the elections were very close. So you've got a 50-50 kind of split here. And as a business, speaking as a CEO, for example, looking to cater to the most, diverse group of population, it's probably better just to stay out of politics. But I also support capitalism here. If a company wants to do this, they should be able to do it. Anheuser-Busch losing $16 billion in market cap as a result of its transgender push kind of just shows you that you'll lose money if you do it. So they have the choice, they have the option, but they're also going to have to respond to shareholders and their board members and there are consequences, right?
Yeah. Well, Jackie, could chat with you all afternoon, but we got to leave it there because we're running out of time. Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for joining us.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my
I think that's a significant point that was made right there, because it's some of these decisions is directly dealing with their bottom line, and are they willing to really lose out their own business because they're trying to tout the line or try to be like you're pandering to one crowd? And I get it, like the different seasons, like they're doing that anyway, but there's you could possibly certain situations that's pretty sensitive for some groups. Like, do you really want to go there? Because I think there's options for them, because I mean there's things that Walmart sells but they don't sell it in store, because maybe because it's partially controversial. Not to say that they don't, because Walmart don't mind being controversial, but at the same time, there's certain things that just doesn't make sense for them to carry in the store when they can still have it. They have it available online. You know what I'm saying? People can still shop. They can do, whatever they need to do. They still want, if they want that product. I mean, I just think that, you just got to be smart about it. Because, I mean, I guess if I owned Walmart or a Walmart or some kind of big store, and I know that this is something that could, bother my bottom line, even if I know I could make some extra money because of this season, like in economics, you're going to sell what you can sell. And, and, I don't know, something's just kicking me in the butt right there, because I'm just kind of like, okay, there's certain things that, okay, you just don't agree with, you just don't get into it. But at the same time, if you're one of these companies that is okay with it and you want to sell it, you're gonna, instead of, causing chaos out in public, something that you can have control of, maybe you will find another way to redirect your customers to the online store for those purchases, instead of putting it up in the middle of one of your public stores. But
let me read some of the retweets underneath this one about Kohl's. One, it says, when is the Justice Department ever going to charge these people with hate crimes?
are you serious?
Well, I don't know. I mean, calling in a bomb threat and disrupting business.
But that's okay. Okay, all right. I hear you. But there was no actual crime. Like I mean, other than maybe scaring the hell out of some people. But I mean, hate crime.
Well, that's a
is something
crime.
No,
That's
I
a
hear
crime.
you.
I mean, I don't know if
that's-
it's a hate crime, but it's a
that's
crime
it-
to
that's
call
my
in a
point.
bomb threat. Yeah.
That's my point. It is a crime, but to call it a hate crime is something totally different. So don't understand your laws before you
Yeah,
start saying crazy shit.
they would have to approve intent to be able
Yeah.
to call it a hate crime. They did it specifically because of that, and not just because they're teenagers being buttheads.
Yeah, I mean, somebody can go around a group of gay people and be like fire, scream out fire, but nobody said anything on fire. They just said fire. They didn't actually burn anybody or anything, so you can't really go there on that. I mean, you can get them for being assholes, but you can't really get them for
Well, that is a crime, especially if it causes like panic and mayhem, and someone could get hurt. Yell fire on a plane and see what happens to you.
Well, that's a specific thing. Like you like walking down the street and there's let's just how they have the restaurants that's got the little tables and stuff set out on the curb, or they got their own little patio that's open source. I mean, you can quickly see there's no fire. They're just saying stuff and being an asshole. That's not necessarily, I'm sure you can find a situation where that can be a problem, but that's not.
Let me read some more. This one, it says, sadly, not anytime soon. I actually like Merrick Garland, but he is too much of an institutionalist to do what needs to be done. People change, and maybe he will too, but he just won't admit how broken many of our institutions are. It says, this harassment is getting out of hand, and it is no way getting the attention from the press it should. Yeah, so I really do think that they should hold people accountable. Go find whoever the hell called these bomb threats in or whatever in these Kohl's stores or Target stores or whatever, and go hold them accountable. You can't just let people just do stuff like that.
All right, well, I'm gonna just say keep that same energy on everything that happens. You know what I'm saying?
Well, in any kind of situation like this, I'm gonna feel the same way. It doesn't matter.
Not
what
like
side.
this, because other people feel like they get slighted on a lot of stuff, but nothing ever happens about it. Like, just suck it up, Buttercup. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta be careful about how you want to push some of these issues, because there's a lot of things that this other side is getting away with that that should be, in other opinions, that something should be done about.
Well, I'm not picking a side. Anybody that's calling in a bomb threat for any reason,
No. You pointing out the bomb threat, and I get your support, and that's cool. But at the same time, there's real life shit that's happening. Like, I mean, bro, there's a lot of things, because I would even say, like, even like the bullying, like, that's a big thing from the LGBT that happens. Like, it's a crime for some of these things that, like, they're allowing people to go and men that look like women to be able to be in women's sports. Like, that's a direct lie. Like, I don't give a damn what you think in your mind. The rest of the world sees you as a dude, bro. Like,
I saw this story about that too. It's a chick who said she's the fastest woman in Michigan. I don't know which state it is. She's a young chick and she has won a lot of races, but she lost recent races to these transgender, born cis male contenders, and she is suing as a result of it. So hopefully it could get to a point where they won't compete with them.
It's so unconstitutional, and that's the type of shit. That's the type of stuff I'm talking about. Where, like, there's things that one side is willing to look at as nothing because like, they're trying to uplift one crowd, like, but what about everybody else that whose toes you stepping on?
Yeah, well, I don't. I fall on that side, and I come from the left, and I have a problem with that, and I've said it many times on the show.
But you're more fair. I actually believe you, because I know that okay, there's some things that like, sometimes it surprised me sometimes that it's like, oh damn, okay, I thought we was gonna have an argument today, but no, I totally agree that but there's a lot of people who's gonna sit back and just allow it, not gonna say nothing. And it could be cops that's supposed to be upholding the law for somebody, and because it's a somebody on the LGBT, they're too concerned about even doing anything that they could see that deliberately they meant to try to cause some confusion there. They should have been, at least given some kind of warning at the least, but they don't, because
I think that we all need to agree that, if someone is, doing harmful things, that they should be held accountable, regardless of what narrative it falls under or what agenda they come for. Yes. They're doing it for the right, or they're doing it for the left, or whatever the hell it is.
It shouldn't. But that's the thing.
Wrong is wrong.
If you're doing it for the right, or are you doing it for the wrong? Are you doing it for the good, or are you doing it for the bad? Like, that's where we need to really draw the line. Is you know, whatever, because I don't honestly I don't care. Like I think everybody has rights. You know what I'm saying? The only thing, like the biggest thing that I have is when you're going against the children, you know, like adults, if you let people, you know, run over you, I mean that's on like that's on you. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, if you fighting back and you know you need some help, they jumping you like I'm coming. And but that's also the same way. If there's you know heterosexual people jumping on gays for no reason, whatever, I'm gonna go help the gay people because it's just the right thing. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just where it lies. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to have some kind of fairness.
Let me read some more comments. It says, notice they're only focusing on places that are already financially unstable. Walmart does Pride, but it's too stable to shake. I don't know if that's 100%. Like I said, Kohl's is a little shaky.
I don't really
but,
get. Can you read that again?
It says, notice they're only focusing on places that are already financially unstable. Walmart does Pride.
That's bullshit. That's the only one that I know that might have been somewhat shaky. But Kohl's is Kohl's. Like they always have been that kind of a mid-range store. Target is not like
I'm you know.
Budweiser, Anheuser-Busch, not Budweiser, Anheuser-Busch. That's who actually got
and Chick-fil-A. Like I said, I went to breakfast in Chick-fil-A this morning, and it was so many people in the line, like they were packed, bro. Like they had 3 lines working, you know, for breakfast this morning.
Chicken biscuits be off the chain, bro.
Pushing 3 people through that line.
Hey, them chicken biscuits be off the chain, bro. I you know.
Yeah, I fucks with Chick-fil-A's breakfast. I don't like Chick-fil-A. I don't like the chicken sandwiches. I only like the breakfast.
Their spicy chicken sandwich.
Yeah, I don't like it. It's so plain and it's so overrated, and it's cost way too damn much.
Dude, you can get one for $2 at Walmart. Tastes exactly the same.
Yeah, well, I'd probably rather do that.
Even has the pickle.
But I don't fuck with Walmart either. So
wait a minute, we're talking about breakfast with pickles, something with pickles on.
No, he was just talking about the chicken sandwich. All right, let me read some comments. He says, "Use your mind. This is easy." Curtis says, "Color means more to TGISV." I don't know what that is. It says, "Color means more to this world than anything white or black."
I think that was his display of a mixture of letters that, you know what I'm saying, like
this one he says, "They will die for that than anything else, the state of your mind." A couple more comments. It says, "We need more FBI agents." This one says, "If Muslims did this,
God.
The right would demand they go to Gitmo."
Some people really know how to trigger people, bro. Like just that, like, okay, why does the more FBI agents, like that comment? Why was that necessary?
Well, because the people were doing the bomb threats. So, you know, if you know, from their point of view, if you had more FBI agents, then maybe you could, you know, identify who these people are and hold them accountable. Not saying I agree with them. I say defund the FBI, but I get where they're coming from.
No, we need to demolish the FBI. Like they all like, you know, everybody's not bad, but it's too like things have gone on in that system for way too long that just like I don't know if you can really clean it out. Like you're still gonna have, you know, infection.
Let me read a couple more. It says, "And the FBI and DA are not interested." Another one, it says, "I live in Orlando and all the Kohl's were evacuated here as well. Sad." It says, "They've been carrying Pride merch for years." Talking about Kohl's. Another comment, it says, "People that use social media to incite violent acts need to be arrested." I agree with that. Another comment, it says, "Walmart carries Pride merch too." Another one, it says, "Bomb threat at Kohl's in Orange County, Florida on Friday. The store was evacuated, nothing found." Another comment, it says, "They're doing it so often, I'm afraid we will become used to the threats. It's good they still evacuate the building." Yeah, I think even if they don't feel like it's a credible threat, they still have to do it, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, they have to. Yeah, but it's I ain't gonna lie, bro. I mean, this is insanity. Like I think some of this is just really wasted effort. They're not, like they are hitting these people in the pockets, but at the same time, I don't know it's
I
enough
think
effect to really
the
to
people
change
that's
anything.
getting manipulated that's losing more. They're losing more than freaking Kohl's or Target because they are being these energy vampires are sucking their energy away, which should be put to actually fighting against the system and improving our life. Instead, it's put into this. Let me read this last comment related to this. It says, "When all that's left is Nordstrom and Bloomingdale's, where will they shop?" And that's the point I was
That's
making. Like, where is
I
this going? I try to look forward all the time, and it's like you're gonna keep finding something in every damn company, and then you're not gonna have nowhere to shop. You're not gonna have nowhere to go
well,
get your food. You're not gonna have no
but
beers to drink.
but at the same time, well, no, they're gonna always have some beer somewhere and shit. Somebody be making some in a tub somewhere, but but honestly, I mean, based on my analysis over the years, this is something that the left would I'm just saying on the elite side of the left, like this is some kind of thing that they kind of hope for, is for you to push little stores out so that the big stores can win. I mean, there's some the big stores, I mean, there is no failure. Like they're gonna be around no matter what, because there'll be a subsidy. There'll be something that will help them stay afloat. But these little guys that's barely, that's trying to keep some competition going, and trying to gather some revenue from wherever they can, you know, they're gonna be out of business, and that's gonna be a place that you really relied on, where you could have probably, because there's certain things that.
But they've been attacking big box stores, so that don't really fit with what's been happening.
Well, I get that, but that's what I'm saying. Well, Kohl's, me personally, I don't see that as that. They are not a big. I mean, yes, they're well known around the country, but this is just like saying Albertsons or Kroger. Like you putting that up next to Walmart.
I'm not making that
they
argument, Pat. They
oh,
got
okay.
they got Chick-fil-A, they got Target, they got Budweiser, they got
Yeah.
North Face or whatever. Yeah, these are huge stores.
Yeah. Well,
what I think is funny is all the right protesting Chick-fil-A, or the left protesting Chick-fil-A about, oh, they're not LGBT friendly. It's like, have you actually gone inside one and seen half the people that work there?
But shit, that's everywhere you go to work.
Most of the ones I go to have at least one or two that are obvious.
Yeah, but that's everywhere you go. And like literally everywhere. Pat was just saying the other night, talking about the truck stops and that he goes to, that there's usually at least one in there.
Oh man, there's been chicken tricks in the truck stops I know since the late 70s. I used to hear him talking about it on the CD all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, now I think that some of this stuff is gonna actually go overboard.
And it's gonna hurt some That's a people. Viking baptism right there, man.
Yeah, let me play this because this caught my eye. Let me make it big.
So I'm gonna swing the devil out of you, baby.
Lord have mercy. Hell? I would put my hands on well, first of all, I wouldn't have took my child up there for this guy to do this for us.
Well,
so,
that's what I'm saying.
Somehow, like I got talked into it or something by my family members or wife or whatever, bro, we finna fight after this. Like you trying to drown my baby or break the baby's neck or something.
Greek Orthodox, that looks like.
Yeah, it looks
like
hardcore.
Jewish. They're pretty hardcore, man. No, Jewish don't baptize.
Okay, yeah, that's right. They don't. So either way,
that's one thing. I think it looks like Greek Orthodox, and those guys are more hardcore than Roman Catholic.
Bro, I would say, bro, I couldn't be somebody just sitting there watching that, bro. like
Dude, I'll tell you
not
something.
to even say that being my child, because like you know, look, I'd let my wife get my child, and then I'm putting my hands on this priest or
Yeah.
pastor.
Yeah.
Like
You know,
he
Yeah.
about to get
as I was,
he about to get some hands and feet.
Yeah. I'm making a scene. I'm really about to
telling
make a
you,
scene.
as I was exploring the different kinds of Christianity and stuff, and was and I allowed myself to be baptized by several churches. I'll tell you, the only one that really scared me was the Southern Baptist, because I swear to God, they held you under until you actually see God before they let you up.
I got baptized in the Southern Baptist Church.
I mean, yeah, they don't let
Me
you up
too.
till bubbles start coming up. And then they do that push down one more time, like, are you sure? And then they let you up. It's
Yeah,
like,
we
oh,
trying to-
God saved me. It's like, no, I just got saved from drowning. But to be fair, that also gives you that state of euphoria from going from low to high oxygen, which makes you feel like you have just been saved. You feel all those endorphins and all that stuff from that flight
Yeah.
or fight response, and it makes you feel that faith even more.
Well,
Getting
look,
into the psychology of it and
yeah, but that's
taking
the
a
thing that
chance on
trips
getting
me
smoked
out
for
is
it.
for the longest they'll sit there, they're going through the ceremony, they talking, they say, you know, whatever Bible verse or whatever, and then before you know it, they done, you know, like grabbed your head and took you under the water, and it ain't like no just a dash and bring you back up. No, now get you a couple seconds under there. You know what I'm saying? Like I
Well,
think it's purpose. It seems like
it
based
wasn't
on
like
what
one,
doctors
two,
say.
three. It was like, you ready? I think.
No, there's no ready. No, that's they don't even ask no, are you ready? Like, nah, when you got in this
No,
water,
that's
you
what I
should have
was
been ready.
hearing as I was going under the water.
Yeah.
The first of it, I heard ready or ready.
No,
Yeah.
they don't. No, my pastor didn't even say ready. Nah, he was just like, you know, he was saying, you know, escape, you know, whatever the whatever the you know, the words through his ceremony. And you know, I'm a kid, so you know, like I'm up there, I'm like halfway bored. I know, like I guess it's gonna come at some point, but before you know it, I done got wrestled underneath the water, and I'm like trying to get, you know, I'm like trying to get balance. I'm like, like, yeah, it's like,
It was like fighting my big
goodness
brother
this
in the
don't have to
pool.
happen again. Yeah, good thing this don't have to happen again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm glad this is over. Let's move on. Check this out, man. This really caught my eye now. I didn't know anything about this and I didn't hear anything about this, but that's the reason why I like to scroll on Twitter, because I get stuff that I don't get in other places. Like this is a good place to get news. But anyways, check this out. It says a bill passed by Texas lawmakers to make police records less secret is missing. Days after the session's end, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick still hasn't signed it, the final step required by law before going to Governor Greg Abbott. So lawmakers passed policy transparency bill. So why hasn't it reached, you know, let's go into it. But basically, you know, if you understand what this is saying, you know, this bill came up, it vanished, you know, and it's a bill to allow more transparency for the police, you know, police records.
What?
And it's supposed to go to the governor's desk for him to sign it. And right before it goes to the governor's desk, it mysteriously vanishes. You know, like what does that say? You know, like I haven't read this, but
it says a lot.
Yeah, just the headline alone is saying a lot.
Well, and you know, I mean, come on, man. Like we you know, sometimes we separate government, police, and this. No, that's all like that's all the same arm of government. You know, to a great degree. You know what I'm
And we
saying?
haven't heard about this. Why isn't this big news? Why aren't the media jumping all over this?
Because it's owned by certain people that want that same bill not to exist somewhere. Because I mean, because like, all right, because that's just like how a lot of times they say that, in most cases, like a lot of times when something big is changing in laws, it happens in California. So, when it's something beneficial for government, really, and it'll happen in, you know, a loose state, and then it starts getting picked up by everybody else. But in a case like this, and then especially with it being Texas, like there's some people on the inside that don't want this to come through, because that would mean that some of their overreach would be affected.
Let me
That
play this. Check it out. Hold on.
Remaining step before reaching the governor.
Are they gonna let me rewind it? Hold on. There was an ad.
When someone dies.
There was an ad at the beginning, so they might not let me take it back.
By Texas lawmakers to make police records less secret appears to have gone missing itself. Now, the measure would have closed the dead suspect loophole by preventing police from withholding information when someone dies in their custody. Nearly a week after a final version of House Bill 30 was approved in the final days of the regular legislative session, the only remaining step before reaching the governor had yet to be completed. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick has not signed the measure, which is required by the Texas Constitution, and there are conflicting accounts.
Shit, I'm pressing too many.
The bill was never delivered to the Senate. The other side says it somehow disappeared. As unfinished business spills into a special session with high-profile divisions among the state's top leaders, questions are now swarming about the possible fallout to this bill, the only one passed by lawmakers that hasn't made it to the governor's desk yet. KXAN investigator Josh Hinkle has been talking to the players involved and digging into a legislative timeline that threatens to derail policy years in the making. Learn the likelihood of it ever becoming law now online in this story in the investigative section of KXAN.com.
So we need to follow
Running
up
a
on
business
this
comes with pressure
later, because if this never makes it, and rise because of this, that's a big deal. If it ends up never, becoming law just because it kind of got lost, that's a big deal.
So it can't be recreated.
Well, they would have to draw up another one, but then it would have to start the whole process again and get passed again, and so forth and so on. And you know how that goes. It's not easy. It's a long process. You always got people trying to throw stuff in there or take stuff out or rewrite it and so forth and so on. Once it's got this far, that means it got approval. You know what I mean? People agreed on it. So, and sometimes you need political will for these things to happen. So it needs to be an atmosphere that allow it. You know what I'm saying? If it's not a atmosphere that allows a political will for something like this to happen, then it won't happen. You know what I'm saying? Like if they do come back, they rewrite another one, they try to put it, and for whatever reason, maybe they don't have media scrutiny or people are just not as invested in it, then boom, it won't make it.
Yeah. No, I agree, and I think that's that's probably why it came up missing, is because whoever that had some control over, or at least the access to it, they, them not wanting that to see that to come through, knowing that if it comes up missing, it would start all over again and allow certain things to continue. People moving on to other bills, it get shuffled around. Like there's a lot of stuff. Just think about the whole idea of, and this is kind of outside of the conversation, but the Emmett Till, like us just finding out 70 years later that they had a warrant for the woman's arrest, but it never gets. It got
misfiled. It got lost in the office. Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, and they never followed up on it. So damn, you made me forget what I was going to say related to this, but damn it, I lost what I was going to say. That it's been a lot of cases recently where, people die mysteriously in the custody of the police. And so they don't have to release information about what happened. And
because it's under investigation.
And all of that. So that's what leads to no one ever finding out what the hell happened, and that's what leads to the police being able to, basically do whatever they want without any retribution. Once you're under the care of the police officers or the jail or the prisons or whatever, your health,
The
well-being, your life is under their jurisdiction. So they're responsible to keep you alive, basically, is what I'm saying. And so when they don't, somehow you die. Like, just there's a big one that's going around right now where it was a guy, he had just got a heart transplant, and they refused to give him his medicine. The medicine that you take to keep your body from rejecting the new organ. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
so the guy died. The guy died. It was some little argument that he was having with his neighbor or whatever, and that's why he got arrested. And so they didn't. It just shows, what happens with the police all the time. They don't care no more. You're a criminal or whatever, and they don't listen to you. He was telling them, "Hey, I just had a heart transplant. I really have to have these drugs. Can y'all get those drugs for me so that I could take these damn drugs? Like, you could go ahead and take me to jail or whatever. Let me sit in the prison or go through the process or whatever the hell it is, but let me get my drugs." They didn't,
Well,
and the guy died like
well,
3
and see,
days.
I think the thing that gets overlooked is that the people look at you as a criminal too, and
Exactly.
and you don't feel like that. They feel like, oh well, they got what they deserve, but no, like
They
you
must have did
still.
something wrong. They shouldn't have went to jail. They shouldn't have got arrested.
Yeah, like people are so quick to say that, but like regardless, all right, you in jail does not mean that you're inhuman. You're
And it doesn't mean that you should deserve to die either. Like, you
but
did some
that's what I'm saying. But I mean, there's a
petty
lot of
crime,
people
and,
like
and,
our
and
neighbors. We got some neighbors that will actually have that argument that, oh well, they should have this or they should have that. They should have just the same things you just said. He shouldn't have went to jail, but sometimes things just happen. Say, bro, I was just in jail about a month or so ago on a ticket that I paid.
yeah, so it's bullshit. Shit happens. And so, like, with this guy, he was on a waiting list forever for that organ for years. I don't know how many years he was on the waiting list. He finally got the organ, and then freaking this random ass thing happens, and they don't let him get his drugs, and then he dies. That that is messed up. You basically killed this guy, in involuntary manslaughter, some kind of charge. Let's read some of this article right here. So, lawmakers passed policy transparency bill. So why hasn't it reached the governor? By Josh Hinkle, published June 2nd, 2023, updated June 3rd, 2023. It says, Austin, a bill passed by Texas lawmakers to make police records less secret appears to have gone missing itself. The unusual way it has stalled before being sent to Governor Greg Abbott for review has many of the main players involved keeping quiet, and KXAN digging into a winding legislative timeline that threatens to derail transparency policy years in the making. Nearly a week after a final version of House Bill 30 was approved overwhelmingly in both the House and the Senate, listed as enrolled online and signed by Speaker Dade Phelan, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick had yet to sign the measure. This step is a legal requirement in the Texas Constitution before going to the governor to sign or veto. As unfinished business from a regular session's final days spilled into a special session with high-profile divisions among those three Republican leaders on other issues, questions are now swarming about the possible fallout of HB 30. And, we have to mention, though, this is also in the backdrop of Ken Paxton getting impeached. And he was impeached during the regular session. And then they said they had to call this special session and that it was not related to Ken Paxton being impeached. And a special session means, that the regular session was over and they would probably be at home twiddling their thumbs or wherever the hell they do, but they were called back to work. You get what I'm saying? After their normal regular scheduled working time. Let me read some more. It says, as unfinished business from the regular session's final day spilled into special session with highly profiled divisions. I read that. Closing the dead suspect loophole. As one of the only bills directly related to last year's Uvalde school shooting that lawmakers passed, HB 30 aimed to close what open records advocates have labeled the dead suspect loophole, while its author, Representative Joe Moody, Democrat, El Paso, made unsuccessful attempts to pass similar measures every session since 2017. The bill saw a surge of bipartisan support following the tragedy that left 19 elementary students and 2 teachers dead because the shooter also died. Families, journalists, and lawmakers, including Phelan, the bill's most prominent public supporter, worried the loophole would be used to block the release of records that could shed light on the actions or inaction of police. And so this kind of goes back to what I was saying about political will. So, you know, the Uvalde shooting got worldwide attention. You know what I mean? Big deal. And a lot of pressure and a lot of scrutiny and light shed on Texas and the way that the law enforcement behaves in this state. And so this is what leads to this kind of thing. So this is what I'm saying. So like if it was to get lost and it ends up not getting passed, then the chance, you said they could just write another one and send it through, but it probably won't make it. It won't have as much fucking scrutiny behind it, because unless you had another situation like the Uvalde shooting happening to bring back this political will for it to happen, because it just said that it had bipartisan support, you know. So again, like once the Uvalde shooting gets older and older and less in people's memory, then somebody brings up a bill like this again, it won't have that same bipartisan support. You know what I'm saying? It was introduced by a Democrat. It says Representative Joe Moody, Democrat, El Paso. So, you know, how many times in a Republican majority state in the legislature would something that was introduced by a minority party actually pass? Like never happens. So, you know, hardly ever. You know, I'm saying never, but you know what I'm saying. It's a rare thing to happen. You know, so that's the thing. So it was a special circumstance because of this Uvalde shooting and all of the scrutiny related to it. So, like I said, I think that you know, if it did get lost and it doesn't make it, then we're just going to go back to where we were. They won't come with another bill. It won't have a chance. This is the last chance for this to get through. Some more. It says, more than anything, the families of the Uvalde victims need honest answers and transparency, period, Phelan tweeted shortly after the shooting. It would be absolutely unconscionable to use the dead suspect loophole to thwart the release of information that is so badly needed and deserved right now. I think it's time we pass legislation to end the dead suspect loophole for good in 2023.
Yeah.
Let me see. Let's read a little bit more. It says, for decades, Texas law enforcement has used the loophole in exemption to the Texas Public Information Act, broadly denying requesters details in custodial deaths. Custodial deaths. The exemption gives police discretion in closed criminal cases to withhold records when a suspect has not gone through the court process, including when the person dies while in custody. So that's the argument, and that's what they use to protect themselves. You know, it hasn't gone to court yet.
But you know, one, you know, I mean, I get it. Like it makes things easier to have the law in place. But really, I mean, is this something that we even really should even have to argue about? You know, like, you know, people's safety. You know what I'm saying? Like, regardless of what you're there for. I mean.
Well, the argument is the transparency, whether the public should be, you know, given this information about what happened. And, you know, to this day, it's still like they have to sue them for the damn. We went through this whole process to get the dash cams and to get the, what do you call it? The shoulder cams, the ones that they walk around with on them. But now, the way it works is they'll have the footage, but they won't release it. It'll never be available. You won't see it until 7, 8, 10 years, past the, and at that point, people done forgot about the case. It's not as, scrutinized or whatever. That's a way to bury it. That's the way to keep from, having any accountability as a result of what happened, So, but if they made this like this, I mean, it maybe wouldn't affect the dash cam or the shoulder cams, but it would affect if someone died while in custody, that the public can be, that whatever data that they have or information that they have can be released, and people can actually see it.
Look, you mind I plug an outside source to help people with
Go ahead.
understand the law. What it's called the Know Your Rights Foundation. These people are teaching you things about the law that the average person does not know, that protects, helps protect you and your family. Just you understanding, where you stand in law is something that you should have as a human being, period. But it'll, teaches you how to, when something happens directly against you or your family, somebody that you want to help, they'll show you how to put liens on the police officers, what you call it, either because they got to have either insurance or a bond. Yes, a bond, and then the surety bond. So, they teach you all of this so that when things like this happen, they end up, something has to happen to correct whatever it is before they can move forward. So that's just individual things that people can do. But if you go to them, they'll actually teach you, like me trying to teach you step by step. I'm not the person for it, but I've learned it. I'm sure I could do it for myself, but I would rather you have the direct information from them, or somebody who's more in
say the website again or whatever. What is it again?
It's the Know Your Rights Foundation.
Okay, and they could just type in Know Your Rights Foundation and it'll lead them in that direction.
Yep.
Okay. Let's read a little bit more of this article. It says, if it's important you don't quit, Moody said to Phelan on the House floor upon passage prior to the latest holdup. Thank you for not quitting when it comes to criminal justice reform, for bringing transparency to our systems, and for bringing justice to families. Beyond Uvalde, families of some of the deceased suspects in recent years were also hopeful for passage this session, having fought to understand what happened in their own cases. From past experience, we will not really expect to get this far with it. So we are excited for it and very hopeful that it will be signed, said Kathy Dyer, whose son Graham, 18, died in police custody following a 2013 arrest. It wears on us going down to testify. It really does. It's hard. It's a hard thing to keep revisiting. Kathy and her husband Robert shared their family story with lawmakers each time Moody introduced the measure, including the most recent session. It's something we feel is very important to do. It's worth a little uncomfortableness on our part, Robert said. It's really dismays and surprises me that we have to do this, that KXAN has had to do all the work that you guys have done to recover this, Kathy added. It just seems like, it would be something that would be evident that it's the right thing to do. The measure had never made it this far in legislative process. So let me read a little bit more, and I'm going to wrap it on this. It says, what happened to HB 30? Following continued opposition from law enforcement groups, a conference committee hammered out a final version of the bill to address concerns, and the House and Senate both adopted HB 30 on May 28th, the day before the end of the regular session. Voting records in the House Journal that day indicated it passed 125 to 15. A Senate journal has yet to be posted, but a video recording and other documentation show it passed the upper chamber unanimously, 3-0. A source direct knowledge of the House legislative process explains the bill was then sent to Texas Legislative Council Document Production Division to be enrolled. The stage when a bill is passed in identical form by both chambers and ready for their presiding officer's signatures. The May 29th House Journal indicates HB 30, along with several other bills and resolutions, was signed by Chief Clerk Stephen Brown and Phelan in the presence of the House.
Well, let me ask this, because this is something I'm just not sure of, but wouldn't there be an earlier draft of that bill that maybe had been declined or overlooked and felt like like was renegotiated on, that they would be able to at least be able to start from that point instead of from the beginning?
It still would be the beginning, because they just said that they had previous cases. Like, they just said that in the article. They said they never had them make it this far before. That's what it was just saying. And they've been trying to pass this since 2017.
The bill's not physically lost. I mean, copies of it, full copies of it exist. It's just it's been passed. It has to be signed by the speakers of both houses, and somewhere in that signature process, they don't know where it is. Somebody's not signed it yet. And
I think
Moses sign it, it doesn't go to the governor.
Because it's
so it could be lost. It could be lost on somebody's desk up under their freaking paperweight.
It's a pocket. They're trying to pocket veto it. I guess that may not be the right phrase for it, but they'll bring the signature to the beginning of the next session. So, and I don't know when that is or what's going on with that.
Is that something that
after the election season? I wonder.
I wonder.
Just asking for a friend.
Well, yeah, I'm asking for me. I'm asking for me. But yeah, it's crazy how. Huh?
This is crazy. And it screams corruption. It screams shady. It screams, because the governor would be under pressure to sign this, because if he vetoed it, then how would that look after it got a unanimous vote?
If the guy from his party holds it to where Abbott doesn't have to sign it until after elections, then he's not gonna lose the police officers and law enforcement for this election cycle.
Yeah, but it could die, because I know that there's a time frame related to this. It can't just sit in limbo over a certain amount of time. After it gets to a certain amount of time,
that would take me a little bit of time, but there is a time limit. I don't know if it's a certain amount of time or a number of sessions time. I'm not up on my Texas legislation as well as I should be.
Yeah, I don't know exactly either, but I know that there's a time frame. So if that time frame passes, then boom, it'll be dead. It'll be gone.
Yeah, it's a pocket veto.
Back to the drawing board.
A veto by not voting it down, by just not authorizing it in its final form.
Yeah.
In the case of like presidential area, it hits his desk and he just doesn't sign it until it has to go back and go through the process again.
Yeah, that's some funny business right there, man.
Funny business. It says, for now it's unclear if the bill still has a path to becoming law. If signed by Abbott, it would have gone into effect September 1st. Let's read a little bit of this. It says, has this ever happened before? A bill signed by a presiding officer following both chambers' approval, then not going to the governor for review, is rare. This session of the more than 1,240 bills enrolled. What is that noise, bro? Y'all distracted me with that. It's like wind blowing or something.
Sorry, cleaning my gun. But go ahead.
Yeah, a bill signed by the presiding officer following both chambers' approval, then not going to the governor for review, is rare. This session of more than 1,240 bills enrolled, HB 30 is the only one that had not made it to Abbott's desk as of Friday, according to a search and analysis of the Texas Legislature online. So I don't really get what they're saying right there. It kind of lost me. Anyways, I'm gonna move on. We need to follow up on this and find out if this actually gets out or not, and try to blow it up as much as possible. Because why haven't I heard this anywhere? This should be big fucking news right here.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. It's not like
I haven't heard this anywhere.
Fox not talking about this, Fox News or
I haven't heard this anywhere, bro.
MSNBC.
I haven't heard this anywhere. And freaking
shit, CNN.
I haven't heard it anywhere, bro. This is KXAN investigates. What is KXAN, anyways? And I found this on Twitter. So the bill got buried and the story got buried.
Yeah. But you know, this is one of those very things that they'll say, well, you know, the Republicans, they you know, shoot, they don't want those, you know, they don't want you to be safe out here. Like, okay. I mean, that's
is an NBC news station in Austin.
Okay, so that's like a local ass freaking news.
Yeah. That's why I mean
affiliate.
Because that's something that people statewide should know about, man. What's your boy name? From Texas, that the black dude. I mean, if you want to call him that, but damn. Well, I can't. What's the big head black dude always talking shit? Think he live in Houston or something.
Oh, please don't say Quanell.
No, not him.
You're not talking about Quanell, are you? Okay.
No. This is a left wing tyrant. He always trying to, you know what I'm saying, like he get mad at black people because they think for themselves. You know what I'm saying? That he wanted them. Why can't? It's on the tip of my tongue. It's on the tip of my tongue, man. It's coming. I'll think of it. We can go on to the next story, but I'll blurt it out a little bit later. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So like, and it's not very many tweet replies underneath this tweet either. Like, let's read a couple.
A lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't know about it.
Outstanding reporting. Another one, it says secrecy is Dan Patrick's biggest playbook. Another one, it says TLO says it was sent to the comptroller on 5:30. Why would the comptroller need it? A random meme put in there. This is strange, man. This is strange that this happened, and it's strange that it's not being covered.
No,
nobody cares, I guess.
No, this is. I think this is more common than we know, and for the fact that we're able to even discuss this is maybe even weird because, you know, I mean, say, bro, there's so many bills that they could have, like, just not even, you know, they vote against, and they, you know, that just linger around for for however long that's important to the people, that just not gonna, you know, see daylight.
Let's go into this because it's kind of around the same topic here. This one, it says breaking.
I want to mention something about what a lot of people don't realize. Everyone focuses on the national level with politics and news and lawmaking, stuff like that, but they don't understand. Those are just the front lines. Those are not the actual battle. That's not the actual battle in the war. The war that we're fighting is not on the federal level.
It's always local.
It's on the city level. The ease of these laws and stuff getting put in are because when they come up to the people, they're not looking. It's like, unless it's a major election, people don't even go to the elections half the time. If
Yeah.
it's not important to them,
And your local elections are really what's important and really impact your personal community. And
yeah,
you can also have an impact, locally.
like here's
Your
the
vote
we
barely
need a
matters
policy.
nationally. Like your vote gets canceled out nationally or even
Well, your
statewide.
vote is still valuable in the larger elections and stuff like that. But
Barely.
if you really want to affect change, if you really want to make a difference with your beliefs and ideals, you need to start with the local representatives because the local representatives set the tone for what the state wants to do. And then the states set the tone for the nation. And that's the one thing. Politics is not designed to go downhill. Politics was designed to go uphill. At least our American system was. We're
Yep.
the anti-king system, but we're turning it back into these guys being our rulers instead of the governing actually being our servants.
It's been reversed.
Exactly.
So it's like the grassroots is really everything.
I'm glad you said that, Doc, because that's something that I think that gets missed all over the place. Is that it is like we are the government. Like I made a comment last night about, some people will quickly say, well, the church is not the building, it's the people. Well, that's the same way our government works. The government is the people. We the people. And like that's the part, like people are just so lazy that like they don't really want to do anything
Well,
about it, but they complain
but
about things not.
they've been brainwashed because you see how when it's the
No,
national
no, no,
election.
no. Brainwash. Stop using brainwash. That is offensive, and you immediately tell people that they don't have their own mind. They've been misled.
They've been
They've been
misled.
misdirected.
They've been misdirected, and that's the reason why they
They,
have
they haven't
energy.
had their thoughts changed against their will. They've been made to believe that is their will and not to question.
And though that's the reason why they
Uh,
have energy for the national election. The presidential election is all over
I,
the news.
I know it's a fine line definition, but the only people I see as brainwashed are the really far right and the really far left. The ones that have absolutely no consideration beyond the mandate, beyond the mantra.
And there's a quote that says, "Think globally, act locally." You know,
Yeah, we've said that. We've said that many times. I know I've spit
many,
that out a lot.
many. But the name I was thinking about was Roland Martin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Check this out. It says breaking military style police in Atlanta invade a house to lock up 3 people in charge of legal funds to help Cop City protesters get bailed out of jail. This is a brazen assault on the U.S. Constitution. The real crime here is being committed by the police. Let me read it again. It says military style police in Atlanta invade a house to lock up 3 people in charge of a legal fund that helps Cop City protesters get bailed out of jail. This is a brazen assault on the U.S. Constitution. The real crime here is being committed by the police. So I understand what they're talking about.
It's what was it? See, this is one of those that I see a whole lot of outrage bait, but not a single bit of real information. Just enough to piss people off, but not enough to give either side of the story.
Well, I don't know. I mean, well, I tell you what, it's enough for me because that sounds like some bullshit. If this is an organization and they didn't do something other than like letting, coming up with funds to get people out of jail, that, like based on the information that we do have, this is some bullshit.
No, the information that we have is they are arresting 3 people with a SWAT team. That is the only real information that we have there.
Is it?
Yeah, but we know about this story. This story
we
has
know
been.
Who they are. We know who they are. Do we know if there's legal charges? Is there a warrant? What is going on beyond the inciting headline, the label?
Well,
it is a SWAT team going to arrest 3 people who are involved in this fund. That's all we know. Everything else from there is an assumption.
Well, that's fair, but this story has been floating around. I've seen this story. You know, it doesn't have a link to our article here. Let's see if it does. Let's
This is
see.
my first time hearing about this.
There is an article. Look, is that an article? No, that's not an article. What is this one? Let me see if we can get something. What is this? This is a PDF, but let's look into it anyways. So, but freaking yeah. So you know, it's fair what Doc is saying. This is just a headline right here, but I've heard about this already. You know, and I already been this has already been catching my eye. So you know, and then it's fair what Pat is saying, because you know it already sounds like bullshit from the jump, and because we already know how the system works, then you know we have a good idea of what the hell, you know. Let's see here. It says statement from Atlanta Solidarity Fund regarding Attorney General's investigation into transaction donors. So this looks like a PDF. Let's read some of it. It says, following the arrest of Marlon Scott Cox, age 39 of Atlanta, Savannah D. Patterson, age 30 of Savannah, and Adele McLean, age 42 of Atlanta, and the subsequent charges of all three with money laundering and charity fraud, Atlanta Solidarity Fund issued the following statement. Our court system and police are using trumped-up charges as a scare tactic to silence activists who are exercising their rights under the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. The charges are laughable. The state is stretching beyond believability to find a crime where none exists. Our legal team is confident that these charges will never see the light of a courtroom. The Atlanta Solidarity Fund has existed for 7 years with the purpose of providing resources to protesters and protesters experiencing repression. We ensure their rights are respected through the criminal justice system, and we provide access to representation to assist them with navigating the legal system. Fear of arrest, exorbitant bails, lethal force, and lack of clarity in our legal system have long been used as deterrents to protest, but they will not be successful. We were here before Cop City was conceived, and we will be here long after the city has abandoned the project. The outrageous political charges against the Atlanta Solidarity Fund, as well as Cop City protesters, are part of a new playbook that criminalizes the coalition of advocates who are providing financial and physical support to movements. It says, we encourage supporters to sign up to tell Atlanta City Council what you think at the meeting scheduled for June 5th. Sign up for public comment opens at 11 a.m. and closes when the public comment period begins. An attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. Bond hearings for Atlanta Solidarity Fund 3 will be held in DeKalb County Courthouse today, June 2nd, 2023 at 1 p.m. Bond revocation hearing for Francis Carrera will be held at 3:30 at the same location in courtroom 7B. We encourage attendance by supporting supporters in the process, bring legal ID, and dress appropriately if attending. So this already happened, and this is a document that's coming from the people who are, involved in this. So one could say that this is biased because it's from the point of view of the people who are, protecting these people who were arrested.
Well, the whole thing is, unless there is some proof that there was some mishandling of the funds, which is a possibility to, but to get a warrant for them for this instead of, just court dates, or are they not just showing up for the court dates? What's really the story there? Because one way or the other, like if they actually had charges, like something else would have happened by now. They're trying to. I think that looks more like a fear tactic to come at these people and because to really just stop them from doing what they're doing. And for people who are protesting to have a community fund to be able to get each other out of prison or jail, or if under those circumstances, it's not illegal. But
there is a lot more to it than is on this, and yes, it does look like it's a bunch of bunked up, loose connected stuff. But basically, what's going on, why the arrest took place, was connected to, they connected the group that was collecting money, the three of them, to defend the Atlanta Forest, DTAF, which is on the U.S. Homeland Security's domestic violent extremist list. So they're trying to charge them with financial crimes, including money laundering and charity fraud.
Yeah.
And facilitating support of criminals who facilitated and encouraged domestic terrorism. So, yeah, it sounded like it's some really big stretch of FBI stretch of charges to try to get these guys.
And we know in Atlanta, they have their own, 3-letter agency. They got the GBI instead of the FBI. So, it's all statewide,
Yeah, GBI investigates anything that's considered state level.
Yeah.
And anytime they say...
They're basically the Texas Rangers of Georgia.
And just because the government says that somebody is a domestic terrorist or whatever, doesn't necessarily mean that they could use that for anybody. Like they have been doing that. Like just if they don't like you, you're doing something that they don't like, then they put you on this list, and therefore they get the funding to be able to freaking run you through.
Well, anything that shines a light on their, whatever bullshit
that's what they did to the Black Panthers.
Yeah, this is not a new thing, and I'm glad you said, because that's exactly what it is. It's like they're trying to do different things, because they can easily put charges on you, regardless if it's real or not. This is something that they can use. Charges was put on you and this, that, and the other. But for 3 people, they got the whole SWAT. For financial crimes. Are you serious? Are these people really about to?
If there's a possibility of violence or loss of life, they would go in like that rather than send an officer or two.
But bro,
come on, man.
These
are
white collar crimes.
Where's the opportunity for some? Come on. This is an overshow of force. Look how many guys it is.
This is a white collar crime that they're
That's exactly the way you do a SWAT operation. It is supposed to be a show of force. It's supposed to stop them from attempting to resist.
Because they bonded out, they organized some bonds for some people.
You did not hear, or you're not listening, or you're choosing not to add to the part of, at this point, they are directly have been linked by the police to give these guys their orders. This team was ordered by someone above them, and above them that says that these guys are linked to a terrorist organization, an organization that has caused harm and stuff like that.
So do they have any evidence to show that these people got weapons or any kind of threat at all?
And what terrorist organization?
Okay, if you found someone that was funding the KKK, would you say that it would be reasonable for the police to go in like that on them?
No. It absolutely not be reasonable in either case. It's not this overshow of force.
Okay,
some dude was funding the KKK, so you're gonna get 20,000 people.
Let's move it up to the point where you're going against an organization that has actually done harm to people before.
Yeah, if they've dropped bombs or if they've shown that they have AK-47s and stuff, then yes, then that would be a fair
That's
you
why
know,
they
But
link, that's why
let
they
me ask
link
this:
them to the organization that they did loosely
what
to
terrorist
get the
organization?
justification to be able to do.
No,
You don't roll in
when they
soft
make
on an
these type
arrest
of
like that. I mean, get real.
Doc,
We
when
don't
they
have to
make these type
believe
of
in,
accusations,
we
when
don't
they
have to
make these type
believe
of
in anything that they did or we think it's
you
right.
don't. No, you ain't
But
gotta believe.
again, you look at the you look at it at both sides. Why are they doing that? That's why they did that. Is it a false
Pharaoh,
allegation? We will see in time. It probably will be, in which this video is worth an ass ton of money to them.
that's
They're gonna
bullshit.
sue 'em.
Because for one, if you're gonna make the accusation that they're part of some kind of terrorist organization, why don't you go on and say which one it is so that it's out there? All right, they, you know, to shut
They
me
did.
up.
I just named it.
Which one? Because you're muffled. Like I can't hear you clearly. So if you don't mind, what's the organization? I mean, this terrorist organization.
Let's see. They're being connected with the Defend the Atlanta Forest, DTAF, a group the state has said exists
Oh,
because the phrase is used on social media and elsewhere and goes on to allege that DTAF is classified by U.S. Homeland Security Department as domestic violent extremists. The same allegation was used in earlier arrest warrants, but the DHS itself, Department of Homeland Security, debunked the claim in January. But it was still used whenever they did that. And it's similar. This fund is similar to 100 other ones that raise stuff. They say these arrests are unprecedented, and it's not the only one that's happened. And some of these funds have existed for at least a century.
yeah, it probably goes back to civil rights.
And I'm gonna just go out on a limb and call bullshit. Let me read some tweet replies here.
Look, I think the limit's pretty thick, man. You can go all the way out to the end, like, bro.
Dude, they stretch this stuff so thin that I mean, it's like molecular thin. I mean, it's on an atom thin line. How far there's. Like I said, I don't agree with. Like I said, I see why they. I understand the justification behind the guys going in like they did. However, it's going to come out that they were falsely linked to this group. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, it's gonna come out that this is all. Anyways, let me read some comments. It says this one. It says, "I said it before. Jakarta method is deployed in U.S. and has been for a while. IT tactics are going to get more aggressive. Goal is to crush any voice of opposition or dissent immediately and as brutally as possible. This is an example." Boom.
And voting for people who believes in this type of action is just not going to be agreeable for you. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, it's just certain things that, based on your rights, like some things should not be enforced the way it is. Like, I mean, they're using your money to come and beat you down. Like, you know, it's just certain things are just insane. And just because you letting out what will be considered questionable people or somebody who's a deterrent to their agenda, they're now domestic terrorists, and they have not really committed any crime other than picketing, walking
right
outside
or
with a sign.
Right or wrong, nobody died that day.
Well, but see that's what you have to understand though. This show of force has an impact that is not related to people dying. It has to do with deterrence. It scares the shit out of people. Somebody could have died. They came in there with guns blazing, let somebody sneeze or something, or reach for their freaking cell phone the wrong way,
I
and he could have
don't
went
think
the
he's
other way.
knowing much about that tactic being used. That's not a gun
We know
blazing.
if there was
Two or
an
three
actual
officers
hit on
knocking
one of
at
them,
the door.
if there
Two or
was a
three
hit
officers
on one of
knocking
those
at the
people,
door.
no,
That's
if there was a hit
somebody
on one of those
shooting.
people, somebody would have been dead.
And that's what this leads to, and it makes everybody afraid. So then
Okay,
people
yeah.
won't.
I'm sorry. I
Point.
keep forgetting you guys aren't that familiar with
Well,
that.
no, you know, because see, when I start talking, you start trying to talk over me. So that's why I got loud this time.
But
'Cause I'm
listen,
like, this is some bullshit, bro.
this is the point: is to scare the shit out of people so that they won't
That's the
support
point.
protesters, or they won't push against the system. They won't fight against it. They won't be organized. So then, see, this is a threat to the system because these people are organized. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? So that's why they're going at them so hardcore. It's real
That's
simple.
why the trumped up charges is so that they can legally, because I mean, just you know, it's not even lawful, but it's legally they can do this because you know they have these charges. There's nothing that really says to anyone that they you know like this is even a arrestable crime. But okay, let's just say it is. Why don't they just have just a regular, you know, constables come by, you know, hey, you know, look, I got a warrant for your arrest because of this, blah blah blah. Like, are these people, you know, like, what proof does it show that they needed these, you know, because before you know it, it's gonna be freaking army tanks and shit.
Helicopters
But
and
yeah, like, yeah, it's gonna be all kind of craziness that's going on
so
when it's unnecessary.
it's to scare the shit out of people, and it sends a message to everybody else. It's like, okay, so don't get organized and try to push against this stuff that we're doing, or we're gonna come down like a hammer on your ass.
Yeah,
And
that's the
hopefully you get
psyop.
out of it. Hopefully you get out of it with your life, even if you didn't do anything against the law.
But the thing is like Doc knows this, and I know that like he, you know, like he's trying to be fair for the department, but at the same time, like there's clear signs that this is overreach.
Yeah, Doc be playing devil's advocate sometime. Let me read this right here. It says they look as purposeful and aware as toddlers filing out of a school bus. Is it a theme throughout history that the more corrupt and tyrannical a government becomes, the more ogre-like and dysfunctional its thugs get? Oh, wow. Let me read this one. It says, a whole SWAT team for 3 hippies with laptops. Meanwhile, this is happening. According to the National Missing and Unidentified Persons NAMUS database, which is funded by the U.S. Department of Justice, more than 600,000 people go missing annually. Approximately 4,400 unidentified bodies are recovered each year.
Out of the 600,000.
Yeah, I don't really know what his point was, but maybe it's like this is what the cops should be using their resources
yeah,
for.
Exactly.
Because
that's the thing. Like you're using like there's people who are actually like this like dealing with human traffic, you know, straight through it right there in Atlanta, because it is an international hub. Like every international hub, there is usually a problem with human trafficking. And yeah, like y'all are messing with people who want to just help people that got arrested in a protest, when there's like actual criminals that's, you know, stealing somebody's child, or even, you know, putting some, you know, grown women into sex work over some, you know, like some real serious crimes are happening. But because these are some people that are giving you issues where you're not doing your job. See, like that's what it really boils down to, is when, you know, people are protesting you not doing what you're supposed to do, or them having to push you to do your job. These are now domestic terrorists. That's where the problem is for me. It's like, no, like, you know, you don't get to use the power I gave you to fucking come against me.
And let me read some more. It says, when so complex is generally not the explanation. Yeah. That's kind of goes with what Doc was saying when they were talking about the charges, and how it was like, I didn't even barely understand it. Like, you know, and I could try to consider myself as a guy that knows some stuff, but that was extremely convoluted and complex. So like, that shows that it's stretched paper thin. Let me read this one. It says, wow, insane times we live in. This country has become unrecognizable to me. Another one, it says, the Atlanta SWAT team rose in an ambulance. They're making fun of this. It is pretty funny. Like, and you look at the clip, like, it doesn't look very, like, they know there's no threat. You could tell by the way that they're behaving. Like,
Yeah, their posture is like it's excessive, bro. Like you could like as I'm looking at it, I'm like, yeah, this is some BS. Like I'm still
it's like
sitting
a
here
photo
listening,
op.
waiting to hear what you got to say about it. But like immediately it tells me
So look,
bullshit.
this is meme right here. They're making fun of him. It says the stack be like. So it's like, this is how unorganized and silly and childish they look, rolling in the way that they were.
Yeah.
Clearly organized, clearly not a real threat.
The fact that they had an A team and a B team just tells you exactly how much they don't need extra teams, or they got too much personnel.
Yep. Yeah, the more people you
That
have
B
in there.
team was back there going, "Oh man, we lost out. We didn't get to do this one. Shit.
Yeah, we didn't get the
There
photo
may not
op.
be another one for another couple of weeks."
Yeah, we didn't get the photo op. That's messed up, man. Sarge, put
But
me
I
in
mean,
front.
but the thing, because the thing is where did this
Okay,
this
I
assignment come from? Because I mean the level of where this assignment came from for this to happen the way it did. Because I mean these people, they trying to do their work, their job. You know what I'm saying? They doing
Yeah, so
what
you can't blame them.
they're
Okay,
fulfilling their orders.
I
But
do want to
it's
point out
the
the big barrels. It looks like beanbag shooters.
Okay, that's
the
fair.
what?
The
What happened?
beanbag shooters, the non-lethals.
Yeah. Well,
Take a look
thank
at the
God.
size of the barrel that's leading forward. See how big that is? That's
Yeah.
a beanbag gun right there.
Well, thank God that at least it's not because I mean even though those things hurt like shit, but it's not truly lethal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they
So
can be lethal if they hit wrong, but
Yeah,
that's like a taser also can be lethal in
yeah.
some instances.
I was gonna mention that, so I'm glad
true,
you said that. Let me read
true.
this. It says they probably found a pregnant woman with her 2-year-old cooking some pasta in the kitchen after getting back from church. Hey, Steve, is this news? It's happening all over the country with conservatives and liberals alike. Where's the hamburger?
That's hilarious.
Let me read this one. It says, I'm struggling to comprehend how a licensed attorney argues that anti-establishment views is a cause for criminal charge. Deputy Attorney General John Fowler argued against Bond, saying the activists are flight risks and pose a danger to the community. On its face, it appears to be laudable. It appears to be lawful, he said, of their nonprofit, noting that they run a bail fund and a food fund. But he said investigators have found that the activists harbor extremist, anti-government, and anti-establishment views, and not all of the money goes to what they say it goes to. So that's like saying, okay, well, they got to be doing something illegal in there. So
Well, no, but
we don't know where all the money is going. They're probably spending it on
That's the
something
charity.
illegal.
That's the charity fraud part of the case.
Well,
Basically, they should have crawled up their butt with a microscope at forensic accounting before this. If they didn't, they're arresting them first. This is not going to go well.
And they even if they went up their butt, they probably still wouldn't have found nothing. I doubt it.
I mean, if we could find some people to actually charge some of the big wigs that's got charities and how much money that's getting spent, because I mean, for most part, like at least 5%, at the least 5% of what's been brought in, that's donated has to be spent on the people. 95% of it can be spent on the whoever they have working the phones and like the whole organization. They can spend 95% on you know, people that work for it, but at least 5%. And then I shit, if you think about the Haiti money, like I don't think 5% of that money was spent in Haiti.
Yeah, probably less than 1%. They built a
Probably
big
no,
monument. They built this
no,
big
some
building that was useless.
say, bro,
Yeah,
there was some organizations who spent some money, but like the one that I'm talking about is the Clinton Foundation that got a bunch of money when they
yeah,
had that they didn't spend a dime.
yeah. I know what you're talking about. So they built this monument. So they spent some money on that, but it didn't help anybody in any kind of way. So
I think some of the leaders that were in got some nice big fat paychecks for their organizational executive work.
yeah, exactly. Good old buddies. My buddy.
Yeah.
The government contracts, the money laundering.
Chelsea.
Yeah, my daughter. I had to pay her, $2 million so she can organize the,
Hey, let's put
the
it this way.
newsletter.
Do you think she's got school loans?
Probably not. Let me read a couple more. It says, exactly, First Amendment law is ambiguous. You can't yell fire in a theater. First Amendment law isn't my expertise. That said, I could argue this out easy. So this person is obviously coming with like a defense of what the cops are doing, kind of like, the law is a bit ambiguous, but so you have to be careful what you say. But then that just shows like we doing what we're doing here on this show could have them coming through the door with the SWAT team, if they decided,
Exactly. Just because we're speaking
Actually,
up
I
against
think
some of the things.
Go ahead.
What were you saying?
Go ahead, Pat.
Well, shit, I don't. It seems like every time I get ready to talk, you're talking. So that's why I just, I'm just get quiet now because I know at one point I was that voice that would speak over others. So, but I just think that's a fine line. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we got to really look at, and if we don't call bullshit when it's happening to it's happening to others, especially something like this. I mean, like, bro, like these people really getting harassed the way they are because they speak out against the public agenda, a lot of the stuff that's going on, and they have a fund to get people out of jail because they don't want to deal with you directly. They want that they rather arrest you, shut you up, put you locked away, and then
And the threat is that they're organized. So that's what is it. And that's why I'll be saying at the beginning of the show, my intro is get organized, because that's what they're really afraid of. And that's why a lot of this stuff is distractions, like the stuff with the boycotts and Target and all of that shit is, and the LGBTQ and all of this stuff and the book bans and all of this stuff. It's just to keep us fighting with each other, to keep us from getting organized to actually fight against, the real issues, the real tyrannical.
Here's the transparency issue too. We're all talking, no matter right, wrong, whatever's going on with all of this, it's a financial crime. What judge signed off on a SWAT team and not contacting them? Well, considered a flight risk, I understand. But why a SWAT team and not just a few officers?
And they usually just send them an email or a phone call or something and be like, hey, Mr. Such and Such, can you just show up in court?
They were a flight risk.
Yeah.
So they convinced the judge for an arrest, but who signed off on a SWAT team and not just a pickup group?
Yeah, bro, exactly. Bro. And how much money did they spend doing that?
But
how much did it cost them to do that?
Yeah, exactly. But we got to think about too, like how many actual murderers. How many people that's act like real murderers that's out there that they're not doing this too?
Yeah.
How many people who are like really doing like serious crimes, like because if you want to say that they're stealing, but they're stealing from you know, themselves, their own organization. But there's, you know, people robbing stores, like going in and stealing products from other people. That is more of a crime than you stealing from yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that's the kind of, that's the thing that I'm thinking of when I'm like, this is some bullshit, because they know that there's other things that they could be spending their time on. Actually, there's like TV, you know, because they put this shit on TV for a reason. Is, if you know what I'm saying, like they want everybody to say, hey, yeah, you know, you want to do this kind of stuff,
This is
like
what's
this,
gonna happen.
yeah, this what's gonna happen to you. You know what I'm saying? It's not really like to really fix anything. This is to
It's
deter
all
you
yeah,
from doing what they know is right.
right. Let me read this. It says, anybody else outraged by this? The protesters were doing nothing illegal. The organization helping them with legal assistance and bail was doing nothing illegal. Why this armed assault? Please, if you can, support the Atlanta Solidarity Fund. Another one, it says, this is a crime against the people, and the perps should be subject to life in prison. Another one, it says, I had to look up what Cop City actually is. Let's check this out. Since we're talking about this, let's go to this really quickly, and then we're going to wrap
Cop
this topic.
City is a $60 million complex, $60 million complex that they're spending for in Atlanta right now. It's like 250 to 300 acres, and it's going to be a training center for police and stuff like that, a military style police training camp. And that's what a lot of the protesting and stuff is against. And the fact that it's a $67 million investment with a $91 million expenditure over its lifespan. And that's got a lot of protesters out there. And what this group did was they bailed out a lot of the protesters that were in there, that came from that. And that's why the Atlanta police have a hard-on for them.
And that makes a lot of sense. And I'm not the guy to go out and protest, but this sounds like something that I would support. You know, just the fact of the amount of money that they're spending. Because what other programs, social programs, or you know, teenage community centers, libraries, freaking the fire department, the public schools, like, how many other ways could you have spent this money to help the community? You know, off top, I already, you know, got a problem.
Another argument against that is they're building a facility to train police better.
No, it's not.
I mean,
Well, no,
he's just saying.
we all know it's a military style.
He's just saying that that's an argument that they use, you know,
and truthfully,
to legitimize it.
If it were legitimized and used as a multifaceted training center for cooperation between police and social services, that would be the freaking bomb, man. That would be awesome.
Yeah, because that would go into what we talk about when we talk about defund the police. Because if you could set it up to where you had the right people showing up for these calls, because the people do these 911 calls, and you know the regular cops show up to deal with a huge spectrum of things, somebody trying to kill himself, or domestic violence, or you know, so many different things. So if you had it more organized, where the call was routed to a certain department that dealt with that specific situation, and you had trained people to deal with that specific situation that showed up, that would be a whole lot better way, you know, to deal with it. Because these cops got too much on their plate. They're not trained to deal with all of these different things. Like they can't possibly, you know.
As someone who's worked security, domestic violence calls should be handled by police, but should be handled by police with specialized de-escalation and observational training.
And domestic violence calls are the main ones where cops end up getting killed. Like, they're really dangerous.
Bro, look, bro, this money that they're spending, all right, 381 acres of forested land. Like, this is like still like probably should be some farmland.
Yeah, well, like I say, I just gave an outline of it. This is not good. Yeah, you're right, man.
They probably could.
That's what
They
the
probably gonna
protests
cut.
are.
They're probably gonna cut those trees down. So let's do this real quick. It says, what is Cop City? 381 acres of forested land, 60 plus million of corporate funding, 30 plus million of taxpayer dollars, zero accountability to their community. It says the Atlantic Police Foundation is building a police militarized facility for police to train in urban warfare. To be clear, Cop City is not just a controversial training center. It is a war base where police will learn military-like maneuvers to kill Black people and control our bodies and movements. The facility includes shooting ranges, plans for bomb testing, and will practice tear gas deployment. They are practicing how to ensure poor and working class people stay in line. So when the police kill us in the streets again, like they did in Rayshard Brooks in 2020, they can control our protests and community response to how they continually murder our people. Kwame Olufemi, community movement builders. So is that who wrote this? It says the plans include military-grade training facilities, a mock city to practice urban warfare, explosive testing areas, dozens of shooting ranges, and a Black Hawk helicopter landing pad. Wow. Freaking, it's a pig is what it is. It's a straight up pig. It's money. So imagine how much money is going to get made off of this. You know, how many people are going to make a bunch of money related to this?
That whole description of that was just so slanted horribly, man.
Yeah, I don't know where this. I don't know what it doesn't even say what this.
That's
But
the
one of the key things.
Go ahead.
No, I was just say one of the key things to point out that we're looking like Atlanta. What is the high population of people in Atlanta?
Yeah, but I agree with this. Is like you're not gonna get people on your side by wording it this way. You know what I mean? You don't have to do that when it's already on its face ridiculous. You know, it doesn't even say who wrote this or anything.
I mean, and I get what they're doing because I mean they're trying to catch people's attention. But you know, because I mean, it takes these days. People are so like they turn the blind eye. Like they putting blinders on themselves. So you know, they don't have to necessarily pay attention to things like this. So for this guy to feel like, you know, hey, you know, look, he's writing this because he's very, very passionate about it, and he knows how harsh this can be for the community that he cares about and loves. Or you know, at least you know have some form of you know.
Yeah,
like
but when you write like that, you're gonna lose people because it automatically kind of turned me off the way it was written. So you know, you're I think that you do yourself a disservice when you word things in that way.
I agree with you. I'm just telling you what you know. I'm sure, like I'm just assuming his position. It's not that I don't agree with you. I think he's overdoing it with the verbiage, but at the same time, you know, we can see why. Like this is something that's very scary for even people in Texas or in because I mean this is really kind of like a training center that they have out in Israel. They've been sending most of these police officers to Israel to train, and they come back to the United States doing the type of bullcrap that they do. This is going to happen right here on our own land at this point because like that's what this whole training center is about based on what we're seeing. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know what you know could have deterred this because I know, you know, both of the senators that was running, you know, were for like adding money to one said they were against, you know, adding money to the police defense or whatever. Warnock, you know, he was a part of that defund the police rhetoric at one point, but the guy that lost, he was the one that was saying no, we gotta support him. And so I don't know what could have made a difference because you put in the person who says defund them, but then look at what kind of funding is going on. And that 30 million that's coming from tax dollars, the people, like I'm sure their money could have went somewhere else. that would have truly been beneficial for the people.
Let's move on. We spent way more time than I intended to on this particular topic, but I felt pretty emotional about it, and it obviously got you guys
It's
going
important,
too.
bro. No, this is look. I'm glad you talked about it for however long, but it's something that I think that people should be concerned about.
The funny thing is, I actually knew about what Cop City was. I just didn't know about what that had gone on.
Well, but that's that's how we found out about this whole ordeal is, once you realize, okay, women, this is what they protesting against.
It sends you down the rabbit hole, and it's good that we covered it because if we didn't know that much about it, I'm sure a lot of the people in the audience didn't either. So
well, remember too, that's Georgia. We're Texas. We know more about what's happening in Texas than we do about Georgia.
Yeah, for sure.
True. So more people may have known in Atlanta about this thing going on than we might realize, but still.
That is the strength the media has with the smoke and mirrors that it's using to deceive us and to make us believe in certain things. Is they have the ability to shine a light on what they want us to see and obscure the things that we don't. And that's why social media needs to stay away from public media, because as long as social media is going, we have the ability to get snapshots of life and information of things and places that we never would have known.
Exactly.
Like Cop City.
Yeah, and it's a double-edged sword. The social media is also what's kind of radicalizing people and sending them to boycott Target. So, but it could be used to educate people and uplift them and get organized.
One of my favorite sci-fi shows, one of the guys says, the truth is a three-edged sword. There is your side, there is my side, and there is the truth.
Well, at some point, that truth got to lean over to that one of those other sides.
Hopefully. Let's move on. Check this out. It says, so this is going to be a Fauci clip right here.
Oh, shit.
It says, unknown, boy, that's not what he and every other science person said. It says, absolutely maddening. He lectured us on lockdowns and claimed he spoke for science with absolute dictatorial certitude. And now he says he had essentially no idea if any of it would work because no studies had been done. He ruined countless lives, including children, based on an initial hunch, quadrupled down when it was crystal clear his policies hurt more than helped, and has the arrogance to scold those of us who want to set the record straight as Monday morning quarterbacks. So he has a clip here. He's been backpedaling a lot lately, and that might have been why he chose to step down at the time that he did. But what's crazy is the part where
he made more money in 2 years than the three of us will make in our life.
Yeah. So, and then who knows what was coming under the table. But the part about the studies. Now, this is the part where I think we have to blame ourselves to a certain extent, the ones that fell for the psyop that they did, because they were talking like they were sure about this, that, and the other related to this situation. But anybody with common sense would have to know that if you know science and you know how things work, to be confident scientifically, you have to have evidence. And for you to have evidence, you have to have done, trials or whatever, science experiments or whatever,
Yes.
And then when it comes to what happens to humans, how something affects humans. And this is what I was screaming early on when all of this happened. It says, I said, how do you know what would be the long-term effects on humans from a certain whatever without testing it on humans over the long-term period of time. Like, there's no way for you to have any data in that direction in a short-term period of time. You know what I'm saying? And then they didn't even really test this stuff on humans. Anyways, let me play this clip.
But that's the psyop is that when they was getting people to go and line up and force people to go was the testing. That was the testing. That they got everybody to go sign their life away to go get the
because a lot of the data is just now coming out, and this is still short-term data, but they've had 2+ years now that they have actually good data to draw from. But when this started, they had zero data.
Exactly.
But they were talking to people like they were confident.
Okay.
No, they flat out lied.
It normally takes 3 or 4 trials.
You're breaking up.
It takes 3 to 5 human trials. Okay, try to shut that. There. Okay. It normally takes 3 to 5 mass public live human trials for a drug to become federally approved. And this is from the FDA website, by the way. So they had 2 mass trials really quick in succession, which would make the public the actual 3rd mass trial, the public of it, which during that time, you'll notice that out of the 5 drugs that they had, 1 or 2 were knocked out within the first few weeks of mass casualties.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then that left the J&J, the Pfizer, and the other one. I don't even know what the other one is anymore. It went to obscurity. And now they're talking about sowing the J&J because they promised that it was going to be a one and done. And it's now they're talking about yearly boosters.
I forget the name of the guy, but he was someone who he was the person who created the technology, the original technology for that drug. And he says that it was nowhere near ready to be tried with humans safely. Yeah. So even with his recommendation being the person who created it,
they was like, you don't know what you're talking about. Roll it out. Let me play this.
I want to know what you think. You and the community got wrong. Was the closing of the schools too draconian?
That's my fault. I'm pressing too many buttons. Apologies.
How much of a delay did the fact that nobody fully understood the asymptomatic spread of this? Nobody figured out that it could actually bust through certain vaccine levels as well. What are the real takeaways and the real lessons for public health?
I think we have to get away from the blame game because so many of the things that you have mentioned were unknowns at the time. It's so easy, and I made that comment in my response to one of the questions that Davis Wallace Wells asked me.
This is in the New York Times profile.
In the New York Times profile. And I didn't mean it as an affront to him, but I said, this is really big time Monday morning quarterbacking here, which is what it is. So rather than have a blame game, and that's one of the things that we have to stay away from because there were things that happened and it was a moving target, and there were things that you did not know at the time, and you had to, out of necessity, make a decision. And sometimes the decision was partially right. For example, let me give you an example of a partially right decision. I think the idea when you were having trucks that were cooler trucks pulling up to hospitals in order to put bodies in because the morgues were overflowing and the hospital beds were being challenged, that you had a triage, you had to shut down. I don't think anybody who has any realistic evaluation knows that you got to do something dramatic. Once that's done, then the thing that you need to now go back and analyze, I don't think anybody would argue with the fact that you had to shut down, is how long you keep the shutdown and how complete it is. How does that relate to schools when you shut down schools? If you do, and I have been very vocal about this, and I think the people who like to point fingers, I say, go and look at the tape, the tail of the tape, when I kept on saying over and over again, we've got to get the children back to school as quickly as possible. We've got to get them in school safely, and we've got to make sure that they are not essentially out of school, at home, getting all of the negative consequences. Different parts of the country interpreted that differently. There were schools that stayed closed far too long and longer than they should have. And there were those that essentially didn't close at all. My daughter is a school teacher in New Orleans. They closed down for 2 weeks and were essentially open for the rest of the time at other schools.
And the result was?
And the result was, they didn't do too badly. I mean, the kids got infected. A lot of them did, virtually. It was very difficult to determine and say, well, if you shut down this long, you get no negative effect on the child and minimal effect on the infection. Those studies weren't done. It was just trying to do as best as you can in the circumstances that you were in.
Okay. Can we all say in unison? Bullshit. Freaking. China is having a resurgence. They're fighting COVID again. And they were the ones who did the strictest lockdowns. And a lot of countries in Africa didn't do any lockdowns, and they had very little effect with COVID, and they haven't had any resurgences or anything of the sort.
There's some things that we got to look at on both sides, because another thing that didn't happen in Africa was there was not a big surgence of shots. There was only like one region, maybe, I think they said less than 5%, maybe 2% that did, like down in South Africa or something.
Right.
After the initial wave, they didn't have all the variants that everybody else did because they didn't get Fauci algae.
But back up a little bit though, because before we talk about the shots though, just the lockdowns alone, because they know that those variants happened as a result of the lock. Like a lot of that stuff was caused by that. A lot of the damage was related to the lockdown. So well, China is the example.
There was a lot of damage. There's a lot of damage from it.
They did the strict lockdowns, still fighting COVID to this day. You know what I'm saying? And they were the ones who did the strictest.
I don't think that's the result of the lockdowns. The result of the variants was because of the shots.
But this is complex. There's more than one thing happening here.
I get it.
I get it. It's not all. It's not all as a result of the shots.
But
that's the point.
The change of your body structure, the things that's happening, genetically, is not happening because you just so happen to be in your house for a month. No. Or, because of the lockdown. No, the change of your genetic structure happened because of a new foreign thing inside of your body, and it's producing different things, which is what made what created the variants. So, that's the part that really made the change, is that. And then if you think about it, like China is one of the places that gave away more shots than anybody. So look, that's the thing that we need to look at as well. Gave away.
They were out there in a protest shooting needle guns, man.
Yes, they was whooping people's asses if they didn't get it.
No, that was actually Australia. The video of them beating a woman and forcing the mask on her. That was Australia.
Well, I mean, that happened in China as well, But even even Australia, like some of these European countries, like where we've seen, well, at least, and we're getting more information from them because like it was more mandatory based on their government structure that they had, like they pretty much had to.
But I want to know what you think.
Let me read some tweet replies underneath this one. The first one, it says, revisionist history. People weren't allowed to be skeptical of a vaccine that skipped normal clinical trials, which take years. He was certainly more confident about masks and the vaccine back in 2020 than he is now. Yeah.
Yeah, because they know that. I mean, when you wear
way more
masks,
data now.
You're making yourself sick because you're supposed to be only breathing in oxygen, whereas like you're doing the reverse. Like you're taking in more carbon than you are the oxygen, so that is infecting you as well. So there is multiple things that are happening. So I mean, I agree with you there, but the biological changes didn't happen just because of a lockdown. Now the mask had a lot of stuff with weakening your immune system, but the actual changes, I would believe, and based on the the research that I know that's been done personally, that it had more to do with the shots than it did with anything else.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot going on, like I say, and so there's a part related to what do they call it, herd immunity or whatever. They started talking about that later on, but like we're using the countries in Africa as an example, people being out and about and basically passing it around, and getting little bits of it. It helped your immune, it helped you produce those protections related to it. When they put us locked up and not exposed, it's kind of like was the bubble boy or whatever, like the thing where you you try to be so clean. It's like they talk about now when they talk about children, how like a lot of parents, they try to keep the kid from playing in the dirt or whatever, getting dirty.
That's what actually makes them stronger, because I mean, being being able to catch it. That's just like with the chicken pox. That's the science that I grew up understanding and knowing to always be true, even up to this day. Like it holds to still be true, but most people don't remember what they were taught in 6th grade or 7th grade. Science. When we're talking about life science, biology, and the immune system, all these different things that we were learning younger. A lot of people forgot it. I didn't, and that's why when I heard some of these things, I was like, nah, that's not right.
That's why a lot of the kids have all of these allergies and all of these different ailments that they really shouldn't have, because their parents kept them so away from everything. They didn't let them go outside and play in the dirt and breathe in the air. Yes. And so that their body can build up the defenses for that stuff, because they wasn't ever exposed to the stuff.
I worked in an Italian restaurant, man. Gluten-free pasta. I just want to reach out. You came to a Italian. That's like going to a steakhouse when you're a freaking vegan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry.
So, but we have
Cool.
They do have more information related to this stuff, but it's so crazy that all of a sudden everybody is fucking gluten, allergic to gluten. Like
peanuts is another one.
Yeah, but I think some of this stuff, some of it is just not true at all. Like people are trying to be healthier or whatever, and they say that they're allergic to these things. They were just trying to keep it out of their diet because of the gluten isn't that good for you, But you also have this thing that's happening, like I said, because they haven't exposed themselves to these different things in their diet or in the air or being around other people and little kids playing together and playing in the dirt. That we've developed all of these like autoimmune deficiencies.
Well, you got to think too, because I mean, like even things that that we don't really discuss as much, that takes away from us having a stronger immune system, is GMOs. We don't have really natural foods anymore. Like I mean, foods like fruits that we could talk about fruits and vegetables that don't reproduce themselves is ungodly. So I mean, this is with eating fake food, and we're thinking that we're getting nutrition, but we're not. And that's the whole thing that really builds up on your cells being able to fight off a lot of these things. Because yes, the electrons, the neutrons, the protons in the oxygen that we breathe helps those cells, grow, or to be able to have some resistance. But at the same time, your body still needs those minerals, vitamins, minerals, to be able to bond that strength, to strengthen those cells. So I mean, when you really get down to the nuts and bolts of it, like the diet or the livid, if you want to call it the diet's really, because it is more of a diet because it's killing us, that they promote here is just not. And it's different in Africa, even like just in South America. Like they don't use as much sugar in everything that we that we eat, what we consider a natural or normal diet. It's way off. So I mean, when
And
you
they
put all of
process
these
the
things,
sugar differently too.
well, because I mean, sugar, raw sugar is better, but it's still like, regardless, like we're getting to, even if it was at that point, we're getting way too much. Like how many grams in one thing that we might eat a day that is past the limit, and then we might have 5 of those things in the day.
And it's in everything. Let me read some more of these comments right here. This one, it says FOIA released email shows he knew they didn't help in February 2020. Another comment, it says, ever the conspiracy theories, Fauci looks like CGI here, deep fake possibly. I don't think so. Another comment says there are no words for this. Another comment, it says Fauci 2022, I am the science, and when you question me, you attack science. Fauci 2023, we need to get away from the blame game. Fauci 2024, Your Honor, on advice from my counsel, I plead the 5th. Please let the last one come true.
Say, bro, look,
Okay.
honestly, he should look. I really believe he should be in jail because I mean, he is somewhat a civilian. I guess he is somewhat of a bureaucrat to some extent, but and whoever allowed him to continue his job with such a poor success rate over the 30, 40 years that he's been acting as in this same position, because we're just looking at COVID when people really put him under the light, and we go back to his total record from HIV, AIDS, and Ebola, like all these different things that has gone, that has come about during his tenure. Like they've all been failures. Nothing was resolved. So why are we listening to him?
Well, he does what he gets paid to do.
It's funny. I'm really known as the guy that tries to look at both sides and tries to see it from the other guy's side and stuff like that.
You don't have
but
an
I have to
argument this
tell
time.
you that last statement that guy made, I 100% agree. 2024, on advice of my counsel, I prefer to take the 5th.
Yeah,
that's the side I see from him.
Yeah, no,
He
I
did
totally
what he was
agree.
paid to do.
Yeah, I
He's
totally
got
agree.
his blood money. Now let's see.
But no, but
by
bro,
keeping it.
when the real work is done when, you know, because there's people who have looked back at his mother and father, and the things that they were into as doctors is the same thing. How he got his position is all political. It had nothing to do with his, you know, the knowledge, some special knowledge that he had. And he's never been a practicing doctor.
He is a good doctor in a I mean, he's got the basic credentials, but then again, Ted Cruz is a constitutional lawyer too.
Well, that part, yeah, because I mean, like,
I mean, that it means what it means. He's got the paper on the wall. That's what it means.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It means I'm going to take his advice over Google University.
Yeah. Let's move on. This one right here, Robert Reich posted this tweet. He said, 13 years ago, the Supreme Court decided corporations are people under the First Amendment. Today, sold-out politicians block progress on all fronts to appease their corporate donors. Citizens United is among the worst decisions in history. It corrupts our system every day. This caught my eye because we touched on this, and I wanted to. It came to my mind. Citizens United came to my mind, but I couldn't think of what it was when we were talking about it. I think it was me and Pat were talking about politics and the money and how what drives the corruption. You know what I mean? Because we were talking about elections and how much it costs, you know, to run an election, to get elected, that the little guy really doesn't have a chance because you have to have all this money to get up there. And this one right here is a culprit right here. Citizens United, you know, corporations, what did it say? Corporations are people. So, and what that translates to is that's those donations, because within the law, it's supposed to be people who donate to the campaigns to, you know, so that they can run or whatever. So, but this changed it so that the corporations can donate money, and that's where you had this big, huge flood of money going into politics now, and it muddies up everything. You can't trust anybody at all. Like, what was the guy? He said that politicians should wear stickers like NASCAR drivers to show who their sponsors are.
Exactly. Yeah, that would change a lot of things. But just to kind of try to use some of the right terminology, is persons. Because people and persons are different.
Okay.
But yeah, so you know, not to be, you know, trying to be, you know, but however, you corporations, businesses are persons, just like humans, or can fall in that same category, and it's just so it really sucks because somehow they end up with more influence. But I think if they cut it off where that the same thing, like an individual can up the amount that an individual can donate, a corporation wouldn't have as much power or more power than just an individual. You know what I'm saying? An individual person.
Well, because the corporations, they still have, even with the Citizens United, they have a cap on the amount anybody can donate. You know, it's like $2,500 or some shit like that. But they have ways around that by doing it different times from different entities within the.
And the number one way is doing the cap for every person in your corporation in their name.
Yeah, because that's another thing that they do. They
you
get
got 1,000 people, you donate 1,000 or 20, 1,000 times the limit, But since they're doing it in each of those individual names, it's not. It doesn't violate campaign finance laws.
Right, because that's one of the ways that they do it. They motivate their employees to donate.
Amazon is big on that.
And so, yeah, and they probably give money back or whatever. They give them like
a bonus.
Yeah. So, yeah.
They don't have to. The employee doesn't know it. There's no requirement that the donation is what am I trying to say?
It's been allocated to the place that they want it.
There's no
that they're even aware.
The employee needs to be made aware of the political donation made in their name by the company, since they are an employee. If they ask, they have to be informed.
But if they don't ask,
don't tell.
Right.
And if they not, why would they randomly ask that if they have no idea of, wow. Let me read some tweet replies. This one, it says, Roger, the Constitution literally says that businesses are people. Maybe you should have actually read it when you were Secretary of State, and you wouldn't be making the fool of yourself online. Let me read this one. It says, what part of 13 years ago the Supreme Court decided that corporations are persons under the First Amendment did you not understand? Do you understand that one of the powers of the Supreme Court is to interpret the Constitution? By the way, the current Supreme Court doesn't do that at all because it was shaped by the dark Trump period. It will take political grit in another, less polarized time to expand the Supreme Court and save us all from the corrupt interpretation that the current justices, ultra-conservatives of the Supreme Court, do not want to review regarding 2A. This is not a digression. It is never mentioned enough until civilization changes are achieved. So that person was replying to that first tweet. Let me read this one. It says, yes, if only the government could censor films more often. As everyone knows, censoring films critical of sitting politician leads to better government. Let me read this one. It says, this is why I say what I say about Republicans when they say Americans. The minute conservative voters realize that they're not talking to them, we might actually have a chance. Okay, now this is a good one because this is kind of what Pat be saying all the time. So it's a play on words related to the stuff that they say. And we talk about ruling by consent all the time. And, they have to rule by consent, but they play with words so that the average person doesn't really know what they're saying, even though it sounds, mundane or, benign.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to know that legalese. You have to know that legal language to get it.
Yeah. But no matter, there's a lot of people, like I said, this is a different friend that, we purposely debate on certain things. And, of course, he's willing to go out as far on a limb as possible. But that's the thing, like certain things you're not gonna, some things are nuanced where like certain, if you don't understand language, period, just the basic language, not even going into connotative and denotative, understanding that portion of it, but just basic language. If you don't really understand it and have even opened a dictionary, you're going to be lost in most of these conversations. And you're going to believe that something else is happening, especially the way it's presented to you, because a lot of them will lie. And this is not to just one party. Both parties do it. They will lie to try to get, to, either build up, the Republicans will lie to the MAGAs, to everybody, but a lot of them are misunderstood on a lot of what's going on. Just like a lot of the leftists, a lot of Democrats, they fall into the same thing. Like, so yeah, I mean, it'll be good to look up some of these words and, you know, law dictionary, because like I said, legalese is a whole nother language. Look up, go get a law dictionary to see what this, because there's words that mean this, like that spell the same way, but they mean a different thing in a different context. You need to understand that. You need to know that. So
let me read this one. Keith Gross, he says, corporations are groups of people. Do you not think that groups of people are people? So he's backing up the argument. Let me see. He wrote some more. His other one, he says, like most issues, there are good points to be made on both sides. There are actually some good arguments against allowing corporations to make financial contributions, or at least implementing certain restrictions. But y'all are too blinded by knee-jerk resistance to anything other than dim talking points that you've lost your ability to think critically. It worries me that so much of the population has become like hypnotized drones, agreeing with the leftist party no matter what. Remember that you can think for yourself, be logical. Want to help fix America? Polarization needs to end. Civil debates need to resume. I agree with a lot of what this guy is saying, but
you don't like that he's leaning. He's leaning on the left.
No, I agree with. Like I say, I agree with most of this. The part I don't agree with was what I was about to say, is that it is an issue when you call corporations people, and that leads to abuses related to campaign donations. So that's basically what we've been talking about. So there's a fundamental problem with calling a corporation of people. Okay, it's not like I'm dumb and thinking, like he said, groups of people are people. Yeah, that's true. No. But when you call a corporation a person, that allows these legal ways to do things that leads to this muddying of the water, that leads to the corruption that we see right now.
I just got that too.
That thunder, lightning strike, and all that. Freaking
y'all getting tornadoes? Because I saw.
Dude, yeah, I got bumped completely offline earlier. The whole our power shut down in the whole complex. And
I ain't gonna lie, it's got me spooked. I'm sitting right next to the window. I'm a little spooked.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Do you see a tree outside your place? Are you on the second floor?
Yeah, I'm on the second floor.
Okay, well, you got some sort of piece of metal or something that's going to be high up on your building, an aluminum cover or something like that, and it'll catch it.
Yeah.
As long as you're living in the newer one, you're living in a newer one. You are actually better off than I am.
Yeah. Yeah, this place is pretty nice where I stay, so I'm happy with this. So yeah, but it's just a natural freaking fear of freaking the light is thundering like bright. It's lightening up like daytime out there, bro.
You're on the one right next to La Michoacana, or the next one over?
I'm on the other side of the street. I'm in.
Okay, yeah. Okay, don't name it online.
Okay,
but yeah. I know that was vague. I know that was vague enough that But
yeah, it's right across the street from the old. It's like an old folks' home. I'm on the same side of the street that your restaurant is.
Okay. Okay, you're in the first one from me then.
Yeah, that's past that old folks' home.
How far did you move? How far did you move from where you was?
A good bit, but he's in a. You know what? He's in He's in a better school district.
Well, it's really the same school district, which surprised the shit out of me.
You still in A-Leaf?
It's no. This is actually SD.
What?
And it's the same zip code. I didn't move that far.
It's in what?
My HISD. My daughter's school didn't change.
Oh yeah, you're on the south side of Westheimer.
Yeah, it's weird how they draw up them damn districts.
Or excuse me, you're on the other side from where I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's so strange how they draw that shit up. It's confusing. Let's move on to something else. So I got a couple of clips. from DeSantis and Pence. So we mentioned a little bit. I don't know. I think it was me and Pat talking about. I think we were
That
talking
was
on the
also
phone.
that wasn't on the show. Yeah.
Yeah, we was talking about how I find it interesting that Pence is running for president because he's gonna have to run against Trump. So he's announced his candidacy. You know, it's quite a few names in the pot. You know, and
no, he won't make it.
It's
I
actually
don't think so
very
either.
hilarious to me.
But it's interesting that he's running. You know, it really is. Like, what is this saying? What does that say that your vice president is running against you now? You know,
It's happened many times.
Yeah, but still, you know, there's something with this because
in the preliminaries.
Yeah, no, that's as far as it's go. That's as far as it can go. You know,
he is unlikable. He is extremely fundamental Christian, and he is way too far rigid to be able to get the Republican Party together.
Well, I would call him an empty suit, but look, y'all can't underestimate.
And he's got the charisma of a wet fart.
But look, he's got the evangelicals. Okay, there's a reason why they put Pence there. Trump.
He's a good he's a good vice president, and that's why he's running.
But no, listen to what I'm saying.
He's running for vice president. That's what he's not running for president. He's running for vice president again.
That could be true. But listen, the voting blocks is what I'm talking about. Okay, I think that a lot of people underestimate the power of the evangelicals, especially within the Republican Party. They're a huge voting block, okay? And he's their Pence is their poster boy, okay? They love this guy, you know? It's because
that's why he can back up the big man, but he can't be the big man because
he brought in a lot of...
He's got 30-40%. That's a solid base.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He brought in a good number of voters,
which means who gets the other half, whoever gets half of the other side, they got him, and now you got 70-80%.
Well, yeah, so because you got a lot of these Christian fundamentalist types that would have had a hard time stomaching Trump, you know. So
he's the corporal, and he's the corporal of the team. He's not the sergeant.
Yeah, but still, the point is the block, that voting block, the evangelicals,
the support,
and people. You can't underestimate this group. You know, they have a lot of power politically. They know how to organize. You know that the pastors in the church
they're not strong enough to make him president, though.
Well, I don't think so. In this look. Because I mean, it's gonna depend a lot on, you know, like, because I mean, who's running has a lot to do with who's gonna be able to get further with different people. Because even those very same evangelicals have a lot of them have been won over already by Trump because of things that, you know, he believes in, core things that they believe in. But you know, there's a lot of mistakes that's happened on the left that where people just not going to go with, and they're gonna lean more towards, like, I really feel like a lot of them are gonna still lean toward Trump no matter what. Pence has no chance at being president nor vice president at this point.
I definitely don't. No, I don't agree with that one at all.
Well, this is in my opinion. I mean, you know,
I think he's going to end up being the vice president choice.
That could be very happen to whoever gets in there. So let's do this right here. It says Pence, the radical left has been assaulting our values and assaulting our families as almost never before. The American people are on to them. Just ask Bud Light, Target, and by the way, a message to Major League Baseball. Religious bigotry has no place in American pastime.
We also have to stand up for American families. You know, the truth of the matter is we stand here today The radical left has been assaulting our values and assaulting our families almost as never before. But the great thing I've seen traveling across this country is that the American people are onto it. Just ask Bud Light, Target, and by the way, a message to Major League Baseball: religious bigotry has no place in America's pastime.
I got an outline scoop on that, by the way.
We also have to stand up for American families.
Go ahead. Wait.
You know,
Go ahead. What'd you say? That's the end of his little clip, anyways.
Okay, we're going to sit here and go, what the heck is he talking about? So,
yeah,
the religious bigotry thing, there's this Christian Faith and Family Day that one of them announced, and I'm pulling this together from headlines and stuff like that. But basically, there was a group of drag performers that dress as Catholic nuns and mock it was the Dodgers on May 4th, and they invited the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, a group of drag performers who dress as Catholic nuns and crudely mock the crucifixion, blah, blah, blah. So the Catholic Church went nuts about it, and that's the whole, that is not the whole, but that is the nutshell of it. If you wish to explore from there, we can. I'll send links, but that's what that comment is about.
Okay. Check this right here. It says, this is a reply underneath that. It says, Pence, it's wrong to discriminate against people whose religion tells them to discriminate against people. Let me read that again because it's a bit of a mind boggle. It says, it's wrong to discriminate against people whose religion tells them to discriminate against people.
Oh, wow.
But does it tell them to discriminate against people, or do people who interpret it wrongly discriminate against people?
That's a great question.
That's a good question. Let me do this.
Say that we all should ask ourselves.
Yeah, that's a question we all should ask ourselves. I completely agree with that, And so, but they stand on this Christian fundamentalism, and they feel like it gives them the right to, like we said in the other show, in some countries they kill you for being gay. So, and they're just gonna point right to the Bible and say, that's the reason, and a lot of these fascists, I don't like to use the word fascist because the way it's been used lately is away from it.
It's incorrect in a lot of cases, because the people who are being fascists are, they accusing the opposite side of being that. But
we do have historical accounts related to real fascism, and they tend to bring out the Bible. Freaking Hitler's an example
about fascism and the definition of it is sometime in the last 20 years or so, or since I was in high school, it has been added that it is the right-wing ideology.
Yeah, I don't know if you can say that and be true.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I do not remember in high school when I was learning about fascism, when I actually read the dictionary, I don't remember that. But I also lost my paper dictionary from the 80s that I actually read.
There's new definitions now.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
That's exactly what I was talking about. So, I don't remember fascism being a right-wing ideology. I remember it being an oppressive ideology.
Yeah,
it didn't say right or left wing. It was a method.
But it is still left wing, regardless of what people try to say. It is still a left wing idea.
No,
It's a
no.
political.
See,
It's a political and ideological tactic that is not limited to one side or the other.
yes. So, but look, actual fascists historically have always pulled out the Bible, though, or some other, um, strong religion base to justify the stuff that they do. Hitler is an example of it. That's what he did, and you got the lady in Italy. Anyways, let's move on. Right here, it says Mike Pence, U.S. Christian group accused of covering up sexual abuse of minors. So this was an article in the Guardian. So this person tweeted this as a rebuttal to some of the stuff that Pence is saying. So then this is saying the hypocritical nature of the church, when it comes to sexual abuse, pedophilia, so forth and so on. So then, they're pointing fingers at the LGBTQ community and saying that they're groomers, and that gives them the right, as far as the Christian fundamentalists, that's what gives them the right to go at, the gay LGBTQ people. But we have
at the
plenty
same
of
time they're raising maps.
And we have plenty of evidence of the church being violators, and actually literally grooming people, grooming children, let me read a little bit of this. It says, U.S. Christian group accused of covering up sexual abuse of minors. Lawsuit claims International Churches of Christ leaders failed to report as well as plotted to conceal abuse of women and children. So I'm not going to read the article because we already know, there's no need to go into it. So, but this person tweeted this as a rebuttal to the things that, Pence like standing for.
Absolutely. And he's smoking mirrors saying, well, look at the other side. Look at the other side.
Well, I think that's still somewhat unfair. I'm not a Pence fan myself, but I think that because there's things that happen, because I consider myself a Christian. I consider myself a Muslim. I consider myself other, depending on who I'm around, I relate. So just because he identifies with, the religion does not necessarily put him in the same boat of things that happens under the covers or, dark rooms and closed offices.
And that's fair, but the point is talking about religious bigotry, because he's pointing the finger, talking about religious bigotry. So then they're pointing the finger back at him, using religious, the church does religious bigotry. That's the point. Because see, look, the next little comment, it says religious bigotry is essentially America's pastime. Ooh. So boom, like that 5 words or whatever that was, like that freaking encompasses a lot. And it's like, because Pence was talking about the he was talking about baseball, and they call baseball America's pastime, and he said that religious bigotry shouldn't be in baseball. Anyways, that was a great little well worded joke right there. Perfect.
No, it was thoughtful.
And look, somebody put a meme here. It says a GIF. It says, "Man, that guy comes off like creepy uncle you're nervous around."
He does, bro. I ain't gonna lie. He kind of like Uncle Fester.
I don't know. I'm still saying President Potato was one of the creepiest guys we've had so far.
Bruh, there's so many clips that goes around the internet, and see, like right there, Biden. That's one of the parts. And did y'all see? I can't share it here because it's pretty extensive. But pictures of his son has the laptop pictures, and they're all over the internet, and it's him with little kids, bro. Like oh my God, bro. Like he, I don't want to say too much, but if y'all go look, type it in because it's everywhere now. Yeah, and the
Hey,
same thing with
ain't gonna go there. Talked about it on another another show. They got banned. The two guys that ran it banned, but the guests didn't. So I no longer say anything.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say anything. Go look it up, you guys. But as far as Biden, there's a lot of little like just like little weird things that he do. That's just weird related to that topic. It's really strange.
I think with a lot of this, because I talk about my friend that I have was having some of these conversations with. I haven't talked to him in a long time, and he's a heavy supporter of not just Biden or anybody on the Democratic side. He's gonna fight for them, regardless, no matter how wrongdoings that is proven. And I hadn't talked to him in a while because all the information that's been coming out, he's seeing it. He's been seeing it, and and you know what's crazy? The last time me and him talked, there was no political discussions. You know what I'm saying? It was just, what's up, man? It's been a minute. You good? You good? Yeah, all right, cool. Love you, bro. And we went on. And usually that's like the top of our discussion. So that tells me that he knows. He's seen some of these same things that I've been telling him for the last few years is true. You know what I'm saying? Because everything has been theoretical, some theoretical conspiracy. But what do you say? Some of these things just, because really, honestly, what it seems like is a conspiracy theory. It's just, it's stuff that just hadn't been proven yet.
Let me read a couple more tweet replies. This one, it says, so what he just admitted is inclusion goes against his religion. What would Jesus do? Another comment.
That's true, though.
Another comment, it says, I'm sorry, but supporting LGBTQ plus and pride is religious bigotry. Make it make sense. Another comment, it says, remember when MAGA attacked the Capitol and chanted hang Mike Pence and Trump defended them? Yep, me too. Couple more, it says, and now he needs their vote. Somehow I see the big picture differently than Pence. And let me read another one. It says, the radical right has been assaulting our values and assaulting our families as almost never before. The American people are on to them. Just like, wait a minute, is he just repeating the... let me move on. Pictures of the Capitol.
He just took his own. He took Pence's remarks and turned it on him.
He replaced right and left.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what he did. Okay. See, I didn't even catch that. Oh, okay. I get it. All right. Oh, clever. I see what you did there. Let me see this one right here. It says, it's got a little picture. It says, televangelists now, one who demands religious freedom from themselves, but imposes their beliefs on others with severe penalty for noncompliance and would gladly sacrifice the Constitution in order to do so. That's really interesting right there because demanding freedom from themselves, but imposes their beliefs on others. Because one of the things that I've been having a problem with is how these people who call themselves conservatives, and then they want and they talk about freedom, but they want to tell what other people are supposed to do, like in their bedroom, or what they're supposed to do with raising their children and all of this. Like, it seems like a huge hypocritical as way of thinking. Like,
it does, because I've even me questioning myself at times, because it is a very thin line that we sometimes cross, no matter what side you leaning on at the time. Because I mean, I'm a conservative, liberal, and whatever, however you may see that. because some things I believe in, and you know, from on one side that I don't totally agree on the other. But yeah, it is a real thin line because you know when you're talking about people's rights and having the freedom to do certain things, you know, like you're also could be, you know, intruding on somebody else's rights while you're trying to exercise your own. So that's the part.
Because if you're telling other people what they can or can't do, then that where does that fall into where you're talking about freedom and
But the
and so
opposite
forth?
exists. But the opposite exists too. That's the thing. That's why I said it's such a thin line because, you know, not only, you know, when you just want to just live your life and do all you want to do, you still can be crossing lines, you know, by you know, acting, you know, doing some of these outrageous sexual acts in front of somebody else's child, or you know, like
Yeah, but if
these.
they're not, and then like we was talking about Christians.
But you said you jumping the gun now. Come on now. I'm just
Well,
saying because I
listen,
mean,
listen. So we was talking about Christians
don't be so quick
last
to
night,
all right,
and
go
your
ahead.
neighbor and being a good Christian and so forth and so on. And he was talking about you're having a gay neighbor and trying to tell them that you know it's against God or whatever, that you know that you're gay or whatever. So, but like, okay, so
Which I
you
think
know
is their right
it's
if
the
they want to be gay. But if you
yeah.
want to
So,
come,
but if it's not affecting you, that what this person is doing in their home, you know, in their bedroom,
yeah,
then what concerns do you have with that?
yeah, as
How
long as
does
it's in
that
their
fall
bedroom.
within the
But that's
conservatism?
but see that's usually not doesn't come into question. Like especially these days, like people are used to other people, you know, people being gay. That's not a problem. It's just when you're trying to push, you know, your you know your beliefs or your you know whatever you however you want to look at that when you're trying to push an ideology on somebody else or that you know they should just accept everything that these people do regardless if it's intruding on their rights, you know that's kind of asking a little too much. Like you
But see,
need to
that's
be
the same thing that the Christians are doing when they go to the
but
gay people and tell them that you're against God and you shouldn't do that.
I'm preaching the thin line, bro. I'm telling you, like I mean, because it's both can be wrong at some point. You know, they're right and wrong at when it gets to that point. You know, you start trying to tell somebody how they should live in their house. You know, and it really, you know, what I'm saying if it's something that just annoys you, they hadn't particularly done anything that really, you know, that goes over your rights. I mean, just shut the fuck up. But when it comes down to, you know, when somebody's actually, you know, let's just say hypothetically that, you know, okay, I have a gay neighbor and they, you know, they're throwing, you know, some kind of party where they, you know, they're running naked and, you know, you know, my children or even I have to witness some of these things, which, you know, I'm not really cool with. You're crossing the line to some extent. So we both have to be careful of you know where we take this because you know that's how the war will begin. It's gonna be over some shit like that.
Yep, I agree with you on that. And
Instead of saying both sides be careful, we should use both sides be respectful.
be
Be
respectful.
respectful. Yeah, that's my thing, bro. Like
Yeah.
that's my
So, but when you
yeah.
start oppressing your views on someone else, then they can't help but to react, you know, in a defensive manner, you know.
Yeah, it's gonna become emotional. I get that.
And this is, let's read this James Madison quote. It says, "The purpose of separation of church and state is to keep forever from these shores the ceaseless strife that has soaked the soil of Europe in blood for centuries." So it kind of goes with what we're saying, you know, people are gonna die, like the real war, like you know, we talk about culture wars, we're gonna be talking about actual live fire war.
But I think that one of the things that people overlook is that religion is things that you do day to day. Like it's not just revolving around the Bible or the Quran or other holy books. It's not just like religion is things that bonds people together, or they a certain ideologies that come together and people agree upon. So the LGBT can be considered a religion. So the same way that some of these people are acting and believe that people should see it their way, they're doing it the same way as Bible believers, or these people who want to convince you to you should live this way, that way, or whatever. They're doing it in these other groups too, bro. So that's why I say it's like it really has to be, we got to be respectful of each other. That okay, that's what America's supposed to be about, is that you can be here and live your life and have your freedoms, but just don't step on other people's shit just so that you can like don't be high siding on everybody. You know what I'm saying? Just be.
Let's do Ron DeSantis. This is the same event that Pence spoke at here. And Nina Turner is the one who tweeted this. She said, I dare a reporter to ask him to define woke. She's saying if a reporter was to ask DeSantis to define woke, what would he say? So DeSantis, as president, I recognize that the woke mind virus represents a war on the truth. So we will wage a war on the woke. We will fight woke in education, and we will fight woke in corporations. We will fight the woke in the halls of Congress. Let's play it.
As president, I recognize that the woke mind virus represents a war on the truth, so we will wage a war on the woke. We will fight the woke in education. We will fight the woke in the corporations. We will fight the woke in the halls of Congress. We will never, ever surrender to the woke mob. We will make woke ideology, leave it to the dustbin of history. It's gone. I'm proud. As president,
How many times did he say the word woke? Gosh.
Dude, he needs to learn the difference between woke and wokeness. One is good, the other is not.
Well, I see those two as the same, because I mean, for me, the difference is where woke and conscious. So
aware.
Yeah, I mean that's the main thing, and then a lot of what we consider or what usually falls into the woke, because it's supposed to be the same thing, but because that they've kind of tagged it differently, because it's not like a lot of people who think that they know, like they're knowledgeable of certain things, like they just don't get it because they've been sold a bill of goods. And like I said, I mean,
They've
I'm
changed the
seeing
damn definition. They've changed what people perceive what woke means. And like if you just go on the basic definition of it being aware, how could that be a bad thing? And that's what drives me crazy, is that you turn something that is just like a simple thing of being aware and making it bad. It's like when they were talking about diversity,
That's
equity,
what
and
I keep
inclusion.
trying to explain. There's woke, which is a good thing, exactly what we're talking about. And then there's the woke. Then there's wokeness, the ideology of woke, and the forcefulness of, if you're not believing this way, then you are anti, you are bad, you are
and that's that
uncool human.
And that's that group think shit, and it goes both ways, and it goes on all sides. And I don't like how they using woke to do this. Like
that's why I have a split between the two. There's woke,
but for them, that's just genius.
Wokeness.
It is genius. It is genius the way that
Actually,
they're
maybe I
using it.
shouldn't say that out loud, because if they figure that out and use that better as their platform,
It'll be more effective.
Help them.
And so, but that's why I don't use woke whenever I'm talking. Like I don't even use that word because it's gonna just lead to confusion.
I'm
And
always
like
the quote unquote, I got the two fingers up and down on side of my, both hands. I'm the quote unquote with the woke thing because I never use it how it's supposed to be used.
Yeah, but what is supposed to be used? That's the
No,
thing.
because I mean the word means something, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, okay, my brother called me, "Hey man, you up?" "Yeah, man, I'm woke." I mean, that's the only time I'm using it correctly.
Yeah, I get it. So, but like I was saying though, with diversity, equity, and inclusion, like that is like woke, and they're putting those in the same boat. And then again, I don't see how, if you're looking at the basic definitions of diversity, equity, and inclusion, how could that be bad? So it's it's this double speak, it's this double talk, it's this and it hides what their true intentions are. It like if they like, it's like if they want to call somebody a nigga or something like that. You know what I mean? They want to call them a fag or something like that. Then they use woke or they use diversity, equity, and inclusion. Instead of that.
It's an epithet. But the main thing is, like, one of the things I know that we strive for on this channel is so that people realize like how they're being manipulated with this verbiage, these words that they're doing. Like a lot of these things that if we really talked amongst ourselves and not allowing media and government to form these narratives for us, and if we can get past a lot of these things, how it's going on, like there would be Christians that would maybe appreciate the LGBT more, or at least on a personal level. You ain't got to like them all as a group, but you won't have as much drama when you come across people in day to day, because you just have a common respect for humans.
Like I said last night, the good book does say, hate the sin, love the sinner. You may not agree with what they do, but you should agree with them and try to be a person and human to them.
Yeah, and I mean that's just common. Like you can't go around trying to change everybody. Like
Respect.
Huh?
Respect.
That's it.
And that's what human rights should be. Human rights, respect. Just have respect. And have mutual respect. And then that would fix a lot of problems. If we just train the children, if we just create a society where people are respectful towards each other, then boom, that cures a lot of this stuff. So let me play this right here, because Nina Turner said in this tweet, she said, "I dare a reporter to ask him if he to define woke." Somebody put underneath the tweet, they said he did in court. And here's the clip. Let me play it. I like to be fair as much as possible with this.
People across the state of Florida, I look forward to.
Elected Hillsborough State Attorney has been out of a job for nearly.
Damn it.
I look forward to the judge's decision.
The twice elected.
This is Warren versus DeSantis case. I don't know when this was.
The job for nearly 4 months after he was suspended by Governor Ron DeSantis for neglect of duty. Now, Judge Robert Hinkle will decide if he gets his job back.
He signed a letter saying he would not enforce any laws relating to protecting the right to life in the state of Florida.
The governor suspended Warren in August and pointed to 2 pledges Warren had signed on to, not to prosecute abortion and gender-affirming cases. Warren says the pledge was not a blanket policy, that each case would be evaluated on the facts and circumstances before deciding whether to prosecute. Warren says his removal was politically motivated and is being punished because his beliefs don't line up with the governor's.
Thank you.
The loser of Hinkle's ruling will appeal it to the 11th District Court of Appeals in Georgia. If the governor wins his appeal and they uphold Warren's suspension, that is the end of the road for Warren's legal battle. However, if Warren wins, he will be reinstated immediately, and acting state attorney Susie Lopez will have to step aside.
Judge Robert Hinkle says he will begin reviewing this case in the
Wait a minute. This clip doesn't do
next 2 weeks, and that will follow a ruling.
It doesn't do what they said it was going to. What does woke mean? Governor DeSantis officially answers during Andrew Warren trial. That's not in this clip, though. Let's see if it's in the article.
It's the article.
Let's see if I can find it.
Stop. Right there. Below
Okay.
the picture. Below the picture.
Well, let me read before the picture because it sets it up. It says the governor's general counsel, Ryan Newman, said in a general, it means the belief there are systematic injustices in American society and the need to address them. He added that DeSantis doesn't believe there are systematic injustices in the country. Report Florida Politics. To me, it means someone who believes that there are systematic injustices in the criminal justice system. And on that basis, they can decline to fully enforce and uphold the law, Newman said, according to Florida Politics. Wait, hold on. So Taryn Finks, the communications director for DeSantis, described woke as a slang term for activism, progressive activism, reports Florida Politics. So that's it. Yeah, that's it. So he described woke as a slang term for activism, progressive activism.
That is technically correct. And has been correct since, I believe, what was it, in the 60s? The 50s or 60s when it first became a word that we're talking about since the evolution of the word meant to be knowledgeable about the plight of others and how the world affects them in different ways from yourself.
Well,
I'm just saying that as a general statement with no specifics to the word.
Well, what jumps out to me on this is, it says someone who believes that there are systematic injustices in the criminal justice system. I would have to say, yes, I believe there are systematic injustices in the criminal justice system.
But that's Newman that said that, not
if
DeSantis.
It's not, let me say, because all right, the question has to be, all right, are there injustices? Okay, and then when we go to the next question is why? It's because it's built into it, and it's common sense. But but this is also a part of the mind fuck of the people is that okay, either if you believe this or you go along with this, you're an enemy, and that's being like generally used instead of in because like specific situations, yes, you could be an enemy to the state, but based on you recognizing something that everybody knows is happening, how can that make you an enemy of the state or just what they call it, what were they calling those people in Atlanta, terrorists? That doesn't make you a domestic terrorist because
Domestic terrorist.
Well, look, in their defense, and I don't agree with this, but it's right after he says, systematic injustices in the criminal justice system, he says, on that basis, they can decline to fully enforce and uphold the law. So I can see where, that becomes problematic. I'm an anarchist, so you guys don't get me wrong on this, but it's difficult to have a law-abiding, culture or country if people feel like they can't fully enforce and uphold the law.
If you were truly an anarchist, trust me, a lot of these discussions would be going in way different directions.
Well, you get what I'm saying, right, Doc? I know you know where I'm coming from, so I don't know why you want to throw that in there.
I know the road you're traveling down.
Yeah, so
Doc is looking for a fight, bro.
Tonight, yeah. So, but yeah, I'm not a fully wholehearted anarchist. I just like to say that so that people can try to understand me a bit better. I would love the system to just be rearranged and changed fundamentally. You know what I mean? That's what I mean by that.
Harmony. Let's have some harmony. Like, let's have some things that
kumbaya.
Like,
let's hold hands. So, but look, back to this.
I've always preached the way of less harm. Try to peace. Try to find out what's going on. I am trying to be mellow in a really chaotic, fucked up situation of a world.
Oh man,
I like that side of Doc.
That makes me want to take drugs.
Doc, I'm a fan of the fiery. Nah, fuck that. No, blah, whatever. I'm a fan.
Yeah. So, but look, you were saying domestic terrorism and all of that. So then this is where that can come from. This line right here, on the basis they can decline to fully enforce and uphold the law. And this is where they get their justification from that, because they're looking at the criminal justice system as having systematic injustices in it. Not saying that I disagree with that. What I'm saying is that this is the line that leads into that direction to allow them to say, that these people are domestic terrorists or whatever, you know what I mean? That they're against the state, or whatever, because they don't want to follow the law. But those people don't want to follow the law because they say that there's systematic injustices in it, and it's not legal, really.
I must point out to you that the left was attempting to label parents who did not want CRT in schools and were speaking out against it and
as
going
domestic
to
terrorists.
Yes, they wanted to label them as domestic terrorists. Just putting that out there as we need to keep that on the table.
Thank you, and that's an awesome point, Doc. I'm glad you brought that up. But to really add to that is that we're really looking at officials that are in positions to make decisions based on case by case, instead of having a generalized idea about one thing. When you go in to look at the case, if you lean more on the whole this wokeism thing, instead of looking at what is constitutional and what is right, and fairly judging, you are now an enemy of the state too. And I think that's what he's trying to what DeSantis is pointing out about this guy Warren, because not to say that the other one is better than the other, but we're truly looking at politicians who's in a representative government that is supposed to be representing the people, and if you're not representing the people that's in that community that you supposedly represent, like you're doing a disservice.
Well, I'm going to stand by my statement that you guys all know how I feel about 45. I mean, I don't even really say his name, but I would rather have him take the chair than have Pence or DeSantis take the chair.
What did I say what did I say? That was yesterday, a day before. What did I say?
Yeah, I don't like either one of them either.
Look, because I mean I'm look, Trump is right now still high on my list, unless something, because the only way, like, if because I don't see RFK really getting that far because Biden is running, and it would be like kind of like hypocritical and disrespectful for them not to give the the reign to Biden if he's saying he wants it again. And
RFK wants to dismantle the CIA. If he gets anywhere over 20 to 50, if he gets anywhere close to 40, 45%, he's going to get Hillary.
he's gonna get Hillary.
Yeah, well,
Okay, no, no more explanation needed for me anyway. I understand. So
okay.
yeah.
Well,
So yeah.
let me go back to woke right quick. So, DeSantis, as far as from this article, it said slang term for activism and progressive activism. I have to say again, I don't see how that can be seen as bad, and the other guy's definition of saying, in general, it means the belief there are systematic injustices in American society and the need to address them. Both of those don't sound bad to me. So I don't understand where this negative connotation, has been attached to woke. How did we get here, and why is it that way? Like, what the F?
Well, cause see, the thing is that we're all getting way too emotional in something that's already pre-prescribed for us on how to deal with it. And will some of these laws get amended and some changes done? All right, well, that's still got to be rationally done as well. So the thing is when you're trying to lean on an ideology that is not beneficial to the whole, because it is, like, you're supposed to go there in fairness, because you're not making a judgment on your own account. You're supposed to be making a judgment based on the laws that are in place. And that's where I see that the problem can, exist and expand, because when you allow, people to make judgments based on, because yes, you're already using your judgment, but it's still supposed to be centered on, the existing laws. The thing, well, just because you didn't agree with this law got passed, now because you're in a position where you can make a decision, you're gonna ignore the law, or you're gonna uphold what was decided in majority. I mean, what direction you gonna take? And if you're hung up on that, if you're not sure if you can do the right thing, you don't deserve to be in that job, in that position.
Check this out. Citizen America put a retweet underneath this. He said, woke, adjective, a state of awareness only achieved by those dumb enough to find injustice in everything except their own behavior.
That is wokeness. That is not woke.
Ooh, that's some gangster shit. Because, I mean, hey, that's both sides. You know what I'm saying? That ain't talking about just no one person. That's just like that. That's found on both sides and the middle.
Yeah, but I don't like this because it takes away, because the other definition is talking about
that is wokeness. That is not woke.
The other definition is talking about systematic, how did it say it? The belief that systematic injustices in American society are there and they need to be addressed. And this one,
here's a question with that is the system itself fundamentally flawed, or do we have people who are in control of the system deliberately making the system flawed?
No, I don't think so. I think that there's been stuff written and created and made. I think that the system creates flawed people. It creates people. It puts people in position to lead them down the road of making bad decisions.
We're going completely different directions now.
Yeah, because I mean,
I don't know
when
what
I'm hearing it,
that my brain just went.
well, cause see, let me try it. Let me take a stab at it because, you know, there is some fundamental things that is like in, you know, already they're established in, like we just talking about the Constitution. I mean, the idea that we supposed, you know, it's contradictions like the Bible, where it's like we're all free, we all are, you know, able and whatever, but then they have things written into it that, you know, some groups can be considered a minority, and this one, you know, a privileged or majority or whatever. Just having that type of conversation inside of a legal document already, like, it is purposely separating people, like, you know, like it is not making anybody equal at all. So for you to believe that, you know, because it's still an ideology to believe that you're all a free person, you know, free people to do whatever you want. But then I still got to beg permission to, you know, I say beg, but I still got to ask permission to go out of country. Here, let me get some documents from you that says it's okay for me to go here and do that and whatever. Blah, blah. You're not free. And, you know, like, it's just, that's just an example to show that it is there. You know, it is inherent. It is systematic.
And I would agree with that. And so back to this one where he says, those dumb enough to find injustice in everything except their own behavior, it gives a pass for the system and saying that it's all your fault. You go to jail for something that you didn't do or whatever, like, you know, you got caught up and you in the system, you know, somehow it was your fault, you know. It was your own behavior that led to you being in that situation, and you are just trying to place blame on a system or on someone else instead of taking personal accountability. And I make the argument all the time. Personal accountability is like the main thing that we need to look at to make things better. But we this gives this a pass to the systematic, you know, issues that are in the system. You know what I mean?
Really?
That's what I'm saying. That is not woke. That is wokeness. That is people using the ideology of woke to take it beyond acknowledgement of injustices and to actually that is a narcissistic version of wokeness. That's even further beyond that.
I mean, there's certain things that I know that I'm just ignorant on, and you know, and I just accept it, and that's that woke and wokeism, whatever. But I'm not really sure if the identifying, you know, systematic issues gives it you know, actually gives it some kind of a pass because of the acknowledgement of it. Like, I mean, it doesn't. Like, I mean, it is what it is. You know, like, I don't think it gives any. I don't think, and I don't think that statement was intended to give a pass at all, because it's actually bringing light to its existence.
Well, let's read this one. This guy right underneath that one. So I guess this guy is another kind of definition of woke, I guess. He says denial of reality plus Marxism. Simple as, I guess he's saying simple as that. Denial of reality plus Marxism. So that woke is, I think that's what he's saying. And I think that a lot of people would agree with him, you know, not that I do. But when they're using that term woke, that's what they're saying.
I like the next line.
But it changes. See, that's the thing. it's not being used in a true literal or like everybody's kind of putting their own spin on it. Like it has a different levels of range, different levels of existence because just on how the average person I use it different than a lot of people, and like like it's not like a common thing I'm using and throwing around or here and there or whatever, because it kind of annoys me really. But I think that it doesn't really have a true designation because it's used in all kind of different ways. It's a bullshit term, first of all, like for everything that they're using it for, and to give it legitimacy really is like a fault of our own.
So you're talking about this one, Doc, where he says woke is a banner cry. It just means to understand other people's struggles.
Yes, I like that one, but again, pointing out the next guy's thing, it was co-opted from Black culture and the civil rights movement back in the 60s and the 50s, and it didn't mean color, it didn't mean gender, it mean everybody who was oppressed in a way. And it's a banner cry. It says to understand other people's struggles.
I like that
it
a
means
lot.
I feel with you. And it's not empathy. Empathy, the call for empathy to me is kind of a sick and sad thing.
Right. And it's kind of like looking down on the other person. It's also,
we need understanding. We need sympathy. We need relation. We need respect.
No, we don't know, because I think the sympathy is more so the like would be considered almost on the racist side or like judgment side. Empathy is just understanding what people are going through. You don't have to feel sad for them or what, like that's just people deal with their life for what it is.
Empathy means to feel as they feel, to have the same feelings that they do. It means to put yourself in that place and feel the suffering the same as they do. And I'm saying this because people who are empaths actually understand the difference. And anyone that's an empath is actually going to tell you, my gift is the last thing you would ever want as a human being.
Well, see that the thing, I am an empath, and I do understand what that whole thing is about. And like I said, understanding, because I mean you can feel it to some extent, but you don't live it. So that's the thing, like sympathy and like they're not the same thing. And like having sympathy is almost like, yeah, you can have a level of it, but just being able to relate or understand what somebody's going through and their experience does not mean that like you don't like you are feeling for them at that moment. But having sympathy is almost kind of like, okay, I don't know, I think we maybe should have a healthy level of both. But
sympathy is more, I cannot understand the way you feel because I am not you. But I understand to my capability how you feel.
Okay.
It's an acknowledgement of them, the humanness of them, the suffering and the things that they're going through, combined with an understanding that I cannot feel the way they do because I am not them. I have not had that same struggle. I have not had that same journey that they have. I can
Let me read this.
Go ahead.
Let me read this one. It says, this is the one that you alluded to. It says, not really, I disagree. It starts now after being a phrase co-opted from Black culture with an extremely nihilistic viewpoint and ends with a death sentence to the notion of personal responsibility being a good thing. Being woke today is good for no one. That one kind of goes back with the other guy was saying about, no personal accountability. And I don't really agree with that. But he's right that it came from black culture. It came from like the civil rights era and so forth. But
woke?
What song? Help me out, you guys. What song is this? Because I've been reading these lines and they're striking me because I know this song, but I can't remember the song. But stay woke, suckers creeping. They gonna find you, gonna catch you sleeping. Ooh, now stay woke, suckers creeping. Now don't you close your eyes.
I don't know.
I want to say Andre 3000. What is this from? What song is this? Do y'all know what song this is?
I'd really like.
Let
me see. Oh, you got it highlighted. Hold on, let me see, because I wouldn't. Let's see.
Stay woke, Childish Gambino.
Oh yeah, it just popped up when I put it in the Google search. That's what it is. It's Childish Gambino. I love that song.
My Google foo is still stronger than yours.
Yeah, fast.
Well, I'm actually on my neutral account right now.
Right as you said it, it was popping up on my screen.
Yeah, well, see, I'm having problems getting stuff right now because my browsers, my left and my right browsers, have both gotten so full of crap behind them that they're slow. So this is the only one that I can actually roll on, and it doesn't lag me out.
Oh man, I'm probably getting ready to wrap it. I ain't gonna lie, but look at this one. It says here's an illustration of woke, and they put a Nina Turner tweet up where she says if someone says they're a woman, not a tough concept. I don't know that I completely agree with that.
Say bro,
yeah.
look, and that's why like words mean things, and they have a whole like science behind it with dictionaries and things to support what the words mean. And if it's not in alignment, like it's just bullshit, because woman comes from womb, a man with the womb. So it's like human, womb, man, and that takes a certain criteria. So, lady, I know you probably got a good check or get consistent checks because of that kind of rhetoric, but that only works on people like weak-minded people, shall I say?
Well, like that one girl said to her boyfriend, a tiny dick shouldn't be a problem in a relationship. He looks down and says, "Yeah, but it shouldn't be yours."
Mm. Yeah, there's some women walking around with some huge clits.
Yeah, exactly. But no womb.
Well, there's also the ones that are walking around like that are like, I like Arby's too.
You like what?
Arby's. They've got the meats.
Oh my God.
You've never seen one that looks like a hand grenade went off behind an Arby's counter?
Yeah, that's the image you just gave me is it's kind of making my stomach turn. Yeah, that just put a bad taste in my mouth.
Pause.
Yeah, man, that's terrible. Really, really terrible.
It put a bad taste in your mouth. Okay.
I was maybe we'll wrap it on.
Huh?
Maybe we'll wrap it. Maybe we'll wrap it on this one. I was thinking about beginning the show with this, so I guess wrapping the show on this would be how the universe works. But this one right here, Tiananmen Square pops up a lot. I don't know if y'all heard about it, but whenever they talk about China, there's a couple of other ones. I was gonna do a whole couple of segments related to China. Wait, let me do this one because this one is important. I have a graph that shows the growth of China. Let me see. Oh, here it is. BRICS. Check it out right quick. This is
Yes, I saw this.
Yeah, it says the moment when centuries of Western dominance came to an end. So this is a chart right here. It shows BRICS versus the G7 in GDP and purchasing power percent of world total. So, and if you can see the chart going up, so the line at the top is the G7, and these bars at the bottom is BRICS. The big red chunk is China. Okay, and then it shows the years, so it progresses through the years. Let me take it back some. So the chart starts at 1993.
China's making the move that I've been talking about since I've been on this channel.
Well, and if you understand the debits and credits system, somebody's got way more debits than credits.
Yeah, so 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, that's when they start hugging right here. 2017, and then 2019 is the year that
it crossed the barrier. Like it, because when you're looking at, investment windows, you're looking at the graphs. Damn it! Shit, I lost it just that quick. But that's a significant point of when certain stocks, like they cross each other, or they cross each other's path as far as growth or whatever. That's significant, and especially when we look at our recent history, we know what happened in 2019. Like that was some of these things were. I see it as a potential, thing where politically things were done on purpose that signifies these changes.
Yeah, so as you go into 2022 and 2023, then the gap widens. The G7 is continually to dip, and BRICS is continually to grow. And I would say that we're going to see it probably do a spurt here, after this year is over and into the next year as a result of Ukraine and the sanctions and BRICS really growing. Because we mentioned it in the other show. I was reading somewhere, they talking about there's some European countries that are contemplating joining BRICS.
Oh, it's gonna happen.
And there's a bunch of African countries that are
already there. That's already started the trend. But
so
this is stuff that was planned, bro. Like this is stuff that's planned. And and if you kind of think about 2019 to 2020, that point, and when like you just look at what happened at January 6th, it makes more sense ritually. The things that was happening at the Capitol to happen from the left side, or because a lot of it was symbolism. If you really look at some of it, was some strong symbolism to show that somebody else took over, and it's not literally but rich as a as symbolically, that was the takeover of China, and the bull in the China house. The guy with the thing on his head.
Yeah.
A lot of that really kind of points to that just, in symbolism that this country belongs to China or is under China's rule, like the disturbance has happened. So, I
Yep.
mean,
They locked that guy up. Didn't they put him on the cover of like Time magazine or something like that when that first happened?
Did you just reference a Malt 45 commercial? You should have used a Billy D accent if you were going to do that, man.
It's Colt 45. Colt 45.
Oh my goodness. I appreciate that, Doc. But no, I mean, but this is real shit though. With everything that happened there, the symbology, because I mean, the rabbit hole gets deep. You just, you kind of just got to go there to see yourself to really see it. So I just threw something out there. You can, y'all use that however you feel you need to, even if it's to criticize me.
Well, that rabbit hole works both ways. I mean, a football team can sit there and watch 10 hours of football and say, we're getting better at the game. But if I watch 10 hours of Pornhub, I'm considered like weird or sicko or something like that.
Well, I'm in the firm belief that too much of anything is harmful. So regardless of what it is.
I can't find the other clip that I wanted related to China, but let's wrap it on this because we're all tired. And
well, let me ask this: how weird would it be to have, because it's happened, that I know of maybe once in this, under this quote unquote government, where there was a Republican president, vice president. Could that, or the reverse, could that happen? And what kind of issues do you, or what do you think could come from that? Because I mean, a lot of people already say, okay, the Trump and RFK just won't happen because of certain beliefs and disbeliefs between the two. But because I think Abraham Lincoln had a Democratic vice president. How do you think that would play out in these days and time?
I don't really understand your question.
Or could it happen for the presidential race? And coming up, this is just a question that I have. Just general, regular, just a basic question. Maybe y'all don't have an answer to it now. Maybe we could talk about it next week. But the chances of having two different parties in the administrative branch at the same time, whether it's a Democratic president and a Republican vice president, or vice versa, is how would something like that play out in these days and times? Can it happen? Do you think it's even possible?
Can it happen? No. Do I think it's a good idea? Oh, hell yes. I've always believed that way. I've thought since back when, not Reagan, I think, but Ford. Yeah, he was the one who kept falling down the stairs. Or the first one. We got another one that does it now. But I was thinking since back then, it would be a good check and balance. The person who lost, instead of declaring a vice president, the person who lost the presidential election becomes the vice president. I've always thought that would be a good idea.
I think it has its benefits, but also, I mean, I would say that it also has its some failures in there as well. Because, I mean, well, we see what happened when Lincoln got killed when he did that, and he didn't have to do it. He was trying to have some fairness, from at least what I understand, or maybe they
was
weren't
just trying
as
to watch
split.
a show.
Huh?
I said
He what?
he was just trying to watch a show. Hell,
No, I mean at the very end of it, but I mean you got to think about it. I mean he has to entrust these people that were, that ultimately their agendas are different. Even though like the quote unquote we're trying to get to the same goal, but we have different approaches. I mean, I'm not sure that is necessarily true. And those agendas that we are seeing now didn't just start within the last few decades. This is something that has been, a part of the agenda since in the beginning, when the Democratic Party was created in this country. Like that's some of the things that people need to realize. They just didn't do it in a drastic speed. Like there were certain things that went on during those times that they never would have expected that we got to this point. Like a lot of their job got harder as time went on to get to their agenda, because ideology is just basically
go back up to that last one.
Okay.
Keep going, Ken. I just wanted him to stop on the one up there.
This.
Yes.
The next time you see someone enjoying something that isn't hurting anyone, that's not your cup of tea. Instead of saying something negative, train yourself to think to yourself, I'm glad they are happy, and carry on with your life.
Respect. Like I keep saying.
I think that's a nice thing to end on right there.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to cut you off, Pat. I just wanted him to stop to go to that when you were done.
No, we good, man. Shit, stop me because I'm going to bed, bro. I'm tired.
Yeah, I'm toasted. Bro. Like a ravioli.
Man, y'all have no idea the shit I'm juggling right now. I'm just trying to keep it together, bro.
Yeah, let's wrap it. I think it was a good show. It was quite a few things I wanted to get to. I don't know. Well, next week, I don't know.
There's more going on than we can keep up with.
Yeah, and we spent a lot of time on a couple of stories that I didn't intend on spending so much time on, but it's all good.
Yeah.
Well, so
yeah.
Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. We'll be back next week.
For sure. Deuces.